Okay, so I guess we're live. Let's see.
Oh my God,
Abby said she was gonna be.
Morrow in person, I can't even like.
Hey, order.
Okay.
Diane's here.
Yep.
Mary's here, and Abby's here, right?
Yeah.
You're here. Uh-oh.
That would be, we have Abby on here twice. Abby?
Oh, Abby, yeah, you gotta leave the phone.
You don't get two
You're
votes
back.
just because you're logged in twice, Abby.
Get all my Mullins.
Stephen,
Yes,
did you get my picture I sent you?
I did. Did you get my response?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I think that might be a collector's item.
Yeah, it's my uncle.
It's very cool. I'd like to see it sometime.
Well, that's what I thought. That's why I sent you a picture.
Diane sent me a picture of a curling stone that is got to be like, I think it was stamped the 20s or the 30s.
At 1942.
42.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Oh, that's cool. Hey.
We're ready.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
You want me to move over?
sure.
So like
Let's get cozy here. Okay. And we're live, right?
We're live, you said.
Okay, so, hey folks, welcome to the Historic District Commission meeting of Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. Yeah, so 63 years ago on this very day, the chairman of the HDC was born.
Happy birthday to you.
How about that, huh? Yes. It happens to me like approximately once a year.
It's amazing.
I'm getting all
Yeah,
teary.
2 years from now, your warranty runs out.
Okay, but so that was our public service announcement for the evening. So let's see. Folks, let's see. It's 5:05, we'll call it that. And present, let's see, on Zoom, I have Abby Camp.
Present.
Thank you, Abby. I have Diane Coombs.
I am here, and
Thank you.
tomorrow is my birthday.
No.
No, Diane. Wow, a party?
We're one
Party.
day apart in age.
Yes.
So that was Abby, Diane. Let's see. Carrie, you're out there.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday and happy birthday to Diane.
Thank you, Carrie. Oh, that's really kind of you. Stephen Welch.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Am I
Happy
right?
birthday to you. Happy birthday to Diane tomorrow. And
Yeah.
put it on your calendars, folks. November 7th
I-
is my birthday.
right. And Val Oliver to my left.
I am here.
And me, Ray Pohl. Okay, that's, we almost have everyone. Can I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, so we have an approved agenda now. P.S. on the birthday thing, I will be leaving at 7 tonight. My ladies are taking me out to dinner.
Well, that's nice.
I know it is. It's very nice. Thank you.
We're gonna call the meeting at 7 then.
Yeah, I'm headed out around that time. too.
Is there, let's see, for those of you sitting in the audience, is there any public comment? This is public comment. No?
No.
You're probably here for an application, I would think, right? Okay, so we're going to hold that for a moment. Okay, so no public comment at this time. So why don't we move on to the consent agenda? Let's see who needs to recuse.
I do.
here. Val needs to recuse. Carrie actually needs to recuse. So that means I think we're down to a 4-person board, right? but that's okay. For consent, it's fine. Let's see, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent.
Very good. So Diane has made a motion to approve consent. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. That was all of oh, ooh, I had to recuse from that too. So we got to do a retake. Wait a second. Is that right?
I'll just finish
No,
up.
no, sorry. No, I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm not, so everything's good there. Okay, so consent with conditions. Val needs to recuse, so Carrie, if you could step in, that would be wonderful.
I make a motion to approve consent with conditions.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val, you're off, right?
Abby.
Correct.
Yeah. Abby,
Aye.
very good. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. That one. Okay, we're cruising. Okay, now do we finally get to hear this old business of May 3rd, Val?
Yes.
Keeping us all in suspense.
Well, no, you have to gauge who's in front of you and who's pissed people off. Just saying.
Oh,
You're
I
saying
can't-
that not as
I
a
can't
commissioner, but
wait.
as an applicant's agent?
Oh, let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra has joined us. Okay, hi. Oh, no problem. All right, so Jesse's here.
I'm digging these little arm mics. These are kind of nice.
A little what much?
The short arm.
Oh, I
You've got
I didn't
one or
get
two
one
to
of
choose
those.
from.
Okay, so on this cudweed, we have myself, Abby, Stephen, Diane, Carrie.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Is this on?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this was heard last July, actually, but it took us a lot of going back and forth to figure out how we wanted to respond, obviously. I came in with some window walls, if you remember correctly. So what I've just given you, and I had sent to Diane because I knew she wouldn't be able to see it, I would have sent to Abby if I had known, was my presentation and then some examples of larger window wall arrangements in town. 12 Hussey, something on Brant Point, and
Greater light.
the Greater Light. So with those examples in front of you, I would review going back to the house. This house is right in front of Bartlett's solar array
Yeah.
and the pot shop we just approved.
Yep.
We are offering to change the trim color from white to natural to weather, and the window sash and doors to be bronze, which is sort of a terratone color in Marvin, instead of white. And I think that we will successfully blend into the background. I gave you some examples nearby in Cisco of buildings with white trim and buildings with the natural to weather trim and the terratone, and there's a significant difference in the perception of wall to glass area. Then some examples, as I said, around town of window walls that you don't even notice, even though they're there. But more significantly, we went through many incarnations of this. It wasn't received at all in a bad way. There was just some discussion about perhaps reducing the amount of glass, which we are presenting to you today. And what I did was I put the original approved plan on the document, the 1994 approved plan with some alterations to the structure and additions, and now what we're proposing, and I calculated the percentage of glass. And what we're proposing is less glass than what is existing in all cases, on all sides. So with that said, I will let you guys tell me what you think.
Okay, thanks, Val. Who would like to begin on this one?
I'll begin it.
Go ahead, Diane.
Well, Steve was going to go. That's fine.
Okay. Val, actually, 12 Hussey, I think, is a good example of the direction I think would be appropriate for this. Noting that the Mass Audubon window crash team might need to be called in if you're going to have this much fenestration out there.
Well, that's why we're proposing a different arrangement.
I think that the muttons are an important element in these large windows. And that's my general comment.
Existing, they have none.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, so your main thing is muntins, correct?
Yeah, and I think it's more, well, actually, I guess my general comment is a little bit more involved in that. I would personally prefer, I think, with respect to appropriateness, seeing these as larger windows, fewer individual windows, fewer mullions, therefore fewer mullions, and muttons added. So that to the eye, from a distance, they read as large windows versus many medium-sized large windows.
No, just so that I understand
Yeah, I
you.
didn't
So on the
understand that,
proposed south, you have 4 sliding doors. And then above that, you've got roughly the same arrangement, albeit with what I guess are fixed.
Yes,
Windows, right?
because that's a cathedral.
Yeah.
And you can see it from a
Oh, okay.
loft arrangement.
All right. Well, my question to Stephen is, are you suggesting having like less than the 4? Less than this? Like bigger with less?
Yeah, so as I said, fewer mullions and muttons.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane, go ahead.
Well, looking at the existing house and looking at the proposed fenestration change, and I'm not a big person of whole glass like that, it looks much quieter with the amount of glass without all the sort of individual 2/2s or whatever you want to call them windows, which is interesting. I think that the elevation with the thing, the whole thing, I think would depend on how it faced on Cudweed. If it faced, if that gable faced north and south, it might sort of retreat into the house. If it was east and west, if it's got a west thing, I think it would be very bright at the afternoon. So, but I appreciate the pictures that you sent, because it was really good to be able to see it like this. And basically, I like that big glass window if we can make it so it is very subtle. That's it for now.
But Diane, what was the last part of what you just said?
I said the gable that's all glass,
Yes,
depending on which way it is facing,
south.
then it would be less noticeable come the fall or come the afternoon, as far as reflecting around in that area.
Mhm.
I think it is. I think it's quite interesting. It does not, I don't hate it.
I would just interject, go to the second to last page of this little presentation, which has an overview with that, showing where it is, what the arrangement is, what's in back of it, and we're gonna make everything natural and bronze.
Right. What's that solar array? Whose is that solar array?
That's the big old
Bartlett's.
Bartlett one.
That's the Bartlett one?
Yeah.
Okay, now I
In
know,
back of Bartlett's.
I know exactly what part of Cudweed it's on now. Okay. Well, I think it's tucked away, not very terribly visible on the south side. And I think it's I think it's interesting enough not to wipe it out at this time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, Val, is this abutting conservation land?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, and is so Cudweed where we
go
see
to the
that,
first page. I'm just telling the guys running this, so you
Is-
can get
is that-
acclimated.
what is the elevation we would mostly be likely to see from Heller Way? Is that-
Well,
Not Heller. Heller would be west, I think.
What would be the most visible?
South, the one
South,
that you were
okay.
just looking at.
All right, so, so on the proposed, yeah, right there. What I can't quite decide is that second story, those long vertical windows, if they had shingles in between them, would it be easier to digest?
Well, they do, or they're butted up to each other. They're not a quad.
Oh, okay, so they're not ganged?
No.
well, there's no shingle, but the trim touches.
Right.
So
Oh,
it's
I
more
see.
of a mullion in between
Right.
than
Okay,
anything
so it's
else.
a wood, there's wood in between, and then the terratone,
Sash?
Right. Yeah. Bronze, which is terratone.
I think this is simple enough that I'm fine with it. I just wanted to understand the detail. Thank you.
Okay.
I
Thank-
changed my mind.
Oh,
Four lights, four lights.
I actually like that. Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see, Carrie.
I tend to agree with Abby. I think the whole thing being it's all natural to weather trim and pretty dark sash. And I think, I mean, I have gone out there. I went out there when it was, winter, I think, when you first came in. And while this is visible, I think part of it is the busyness of all the windows and white that attracts your eye. And I feel like this is okay. I would prefer if those second floor windows were reduced a little bit in width and height, but I do think they'll pretty much disappear until the day the sun sort of is low right there and is shining, but that happens all over the place. So I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Steven, do you have something else you wanted to say before I?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm going to recant my prior comments. And I think that the important element here is that windows on Nantucket typically have, unless it's a farmhouse 1/1 double hung, have muntins. And I think that from a distance, what would help in making this appropriate would be to make these floor light, each of these each of the large panes in the doors 4 light, the doors 4 light, and then make these 2/2s. And then you're going to gain the proportions. What's going to happen as a result is the proportion of these windows. Speaking of the proportion of the double hung windows, even though they'll be smaller, will be more in keeping with the proportion of the individual light sizes of the larger windows and doors. So the whole thing will read consistently, even though it's not it is a somewhat atypical treatment. It will have the pattern language that is consistent with Nantucket windows, which is a taller vertical rectangular window size. And I think that that could be successful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Hey, Val, remind me, so the color that you're planning on switching to is what for the?
It's bronze, and in that, one of those packets I gave you is a sample color of it.
No, the
which
bronze is for
terratone.
the bronze is for
Dark
the,
brown.
but it's for the sash, right? And then the trim color
It's
itself.
natural to weather.
Oh, going from
And-
white to natural to weather.
Right.
Oh.
I don't want to put panes in any of them. They don't have them now. So
I
just
understand.
throwing that out.
Okay, so my view, and actually I have a fair amount of experience with this house because I walk down this proprietor's way, which is to the east of this house, and you can look across the big field that's conservation land and clearly see the side of this house, the eastern side of this house. And you can see the southern side of this house once you walk further down proprietor's way towards the water. Now, the thing that is most apparent about this house is the massing of it is really good. I've always liked it. The white trim is what makes this house really, really stand out. And I don't find it unattractive in the landscape, but I think it's going to disappear more into the landscape with the natural trim and the dark sash. And, you know, I'm okay with it not having muttons because those muttons will be presumably dark, the same color as the sash, in which case we're not really going to see them anyway. So
Can I
that's,
make a motion, we'll at least try it, a motion,
yeah, we can try a motion.
which would be to approve as submitted with the windows being one big piece of glass and the on the second floor, them meeting with their rails, but not opened up. The way it's presented, I
Okay,
would propose to accept it the way it's
right,
presented.
and including the change in the trim color, which
Yes.
for me is a very important aspect of this.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it was very interesting.
Does that, Diane, through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Does that include the balustrade to the left there on that south elevation? That'll all be.
Good point. So
Natural to weather.
everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Everything
Yeah, so no
natural.
more white at all.
Nope.
That says that's what's proposed, is change color, trim to natural to weather.
Right.
Change windows and doors to bronze.
Okay. So that is your motion, Diane. Let's see, on that motion,
Yes.
Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen,
I'm a no.
you're a no. Diane on your motion,
Aye,
and I'm okay. So that's 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val. Matthew? Were we just looking for color samples on this? I can't remember.
Yes, yep,
Yeah.
and we put them up.
And he did do them.
Yep.
Excuse me. Okay. Myself, Abby, Stephen, Diane, Val. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay.
You know, what's interesting, Matt, is the samples that are up in person versus the
Oh, actually,
the
The photos,
snips from the,
they look different.
totally.
Yeah, much more subtle in person.
Oh, yeah.
These don't have any green to them whatsoever, but in real life they do.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. It's one of the challenges, I think, with the color samples.
I
Really nice
know.
Watch.
I know, so thank you, that was great.
Yep.
I don't think you want that. No.
No, everybody else is online.
Did you
Holly,
see?
do we have any HSAB on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay.
So just remind the commission that this structure was built after the Great Fire of 1846, actually coming up on an anniversary, July 11th, 1846, for those history buffs out there like me. Creek revival, and it was recently altered by your all's approval last year. HSAB took a look at this on June 6th, and they said, still wanting to see a color board at the building to get a better sense of the actual colors. I'm not too sure if they understood that it was there.
Oh.
The colors on the internet are not always very accurate. I appreciate the photo, and that's it.
It was on the building.
Well,
Yeah,
they
I
didn't
know.
understand.
They didn't
that.
understand
Yeah,
that.
they didn't get that. Okay, who would like to begin?
I will.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate the samples, and I am okay with the choices. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Who's next?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Those don't really reflect what it is in real life. The picture is better.
Yeah, can you go to the picture?
I'll go.
No, the next photo down.
Okay, Diane.
I like those right there.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. That thing on the screen doesn't really
Reflect.
match what we're looking at on paper. But, so you're okay with it, Diane?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'm definitely okay.
Okay, great. Let's see, Abby?
I think I'm liking this a lot. The clapboard, is that called pigeon?
We have the
Can you
names.
scroll down just one more and then I can see the,
The names?
They're all Fairwind Ball.
yeah, I happen to know.
Off-white.
Scroll down to the name.
Yeah, clapboard is,
Off-white. Yeah,
oh,
Profound name.
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
There you go.
okay.
Pigeon was in
Well,
there.
yeah, I kind of wish some of these were switched around. Like I really like that pigeon color for the clapboard with a, but I think I really don't like what's on there now. I think it really takes away from the architecture. And I think the clapboard's gonna look really sharp. I wish there was a little more contrast, but I'd like to hear what other people say.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see. Stephen, I believe it's to you, sir.
A no.
You're a no,
Too many colors.
too many colors. Okay. How would you reduce it? There's 4 colors. Just curious. The front door is one of them.
I think going from this, it's really a monotone to a 4-color palette. So that's, I think in keeping with this style of house, it seems more like that number of colors is a Victorian era versus this federal style. So if the foundation were a lighter color, which was the clapboard color, perhaps because it's a more natural tone for that. And it gets this kind of green gimmicky color off the foundation, and then, you're looking at 2 color, maybe 4 if things were swapped around, but I think as it's presented, it's too much.
So right now, that sort of greenish color is for the
Avocado.
foundation, avocado, is for the foundation and the trim. And you're suggesting if the foundation went to the clapboard color?
Well, it just would seem like a more natural color for a argided surface or a masonry, and then that way the other colors then become really the palette. The foundation just bleeds back into the background as an architectural structure versus a color tone. But
I like the way the foundation is darker than the clapboard, which
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm seeing that right now, like I'm imagining the front of the building with clapboard, and I would not want necessarily for the foundation to be the same color as the clapboard.
right.
don't we sometimes have it be gray? Isn't that typically lighter?
Well, then we would be introducing a 5th color.
No, I'm just saying, like, a foundation oftentimes is gray.
You mean just like parged gray
Yeah,
kind of thing?
so that's all I was looking at with a color change. But in any event,
I think this can be okay. And you can always repaint. All
Yeah,
right.
I think I think I'm okay with this. I think the clapboard, I like the clapboard. I think I'm okay with this.
Okay, well, I think that we could move this.
So we say to approve the colors that are offered?
Yeah, so in other words, as applied for.
Yes,
Okay, that's your motion, right, Diane?
yes.
Abby,
I'm an I.
very good. Val,
Aye.
Stephen?
I'm a no.
Okay, Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Thanks. We got a couple more. Okay, now we're at our 88 Pocomo. Myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Okay, Matthew, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we submitted
So,
some.
hang on,
Sure.
sorry. I am looking at a set of drawings that's labeled as the guest house. Is everybody else looking at the guest house? Because theoretically, we're reviewing the main house. If we all have the guest house, we can look at that first. Or maybe we shouldn't.
I think we should do the main house first.
I think
but
we
can
should
just
do them.
hold these
Okay,
right
so
here.
if you all have the guest house, just check at the top. Lay those aside and let's have the main house to start it out.
These are pictures that I got online. This is a
Oh, you
simulation.
sent that around, yeah.
It's okay. Take your time, no rush. You want that back?
Yes.
Okay, Matt, now we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we submitted revisions for the last deadline based on the board's comments. We also included the revised landscape plan. And Mirka is here if you have any questions about it. It might be helpful to walk through that landscape plan, but I was going to go through the architectural changes and then maybe have her talk about the landscape changes after. One other thing too is that after we submitted the revisions, I kind of went back and looked and thought about other ways to maybe further improve the design. So I actually emailed the staff and Holly kind of some minor revisions, and if with your permission, it'd be great to kind of review those. They're kind of minor, but I do think that they actually help lower the scale of the building. But as a starting point, I'll just kind of run through the elevations if I could. So starting on sheet A201.
Yep.
That's probably the most. So the right side of the elevation that we're looking at here, the east, that was where a lot of the focus was spent. I think the board had concerns about that right side of that gable and ridge line. So what we tried to do is actually lower it as much as we possibly could or drop the scale. The other thing I think that Diane had mentioned was that the front entry portico was kind of small and contributed to the overall size of the structure. So our proposal was to change the pitch, drop the plate height of that right side. You can see it on the east elevation, and then add a wraparound porch to really try to drop the scale. And I think that when you look at the topo, the existing topo, you'll see that that's where the most severe drop is. On the left side of this elevation, it's pretty close to being at grade, but that right side is where it drops off. And I think, Stephen, you had mentioned that's the area where we should focus, and so that's what we've done. So we've dropped that fairly dramatically. And I think that adding the wraparound porch around that side of the mass really kind of gives the building some weight and kind of lowers it, if you will. A couple of other quick points. With the exception of the two gable forward pieces, which are, I think they're 28, the highest is 28 feet. 28.6, thank you, Val. The two ridge lines on either side of that are 25 feet and 24 feet respectively. So we've really dropped the second floor height as much as we possibly can. We tried to drop it even further, but doors on the second floor weren't working and you couldn't get into certain rooms. So we really made a significant effort. And I think that's an important piece to kind of point out, is that those two flanking pieces are 25 and 24 feet respectively, with the highest ridge being 28.6. And then again, you're somewhere in the range of like 2 or 3 feet below that on either side. So I just wanted to reiterate that we've made a really strong effort to drop that second floor as much as possible. We also have a couple of perspectives on the same sheet, just to show you how it comparatively changed from the previous iteration. While we're on this elevation, if I could, with your permission, I made a couple of other adjustments that I think you might appreciate and actually further drop the scale of the building. I did email those, and if we could pull those up, that might be helpful. So if we go to the same sheet number, basically what we've done is eliminated another second floor deck and added Dutch hips to the gable ends, which I think actually drops the height, or the perception of height, if you will. We've removed that second floor deck that's over on the left side of the east elevation. Diane, I don't think loved that gable forward roof pitch, so we just actually dropped it to an 8 pitch. We made that a hip. So the idea is that the facade itself is this very, we didn't want to over fenestrate it. We really wanted to add a very strong horizontal element to it, and then soften it, if you will. And again, so the ridge heights still apply: 25 feet, 24 feet, 28.6 at the main gable. But again, I would say that those are the majority of the changes that we made. I think we also had some extra perspectives, but with that, I would use this as an opportunity to also point out that we dropped the first finished floor elevation by a foot and a half. Thank you. So we dropped the finished floor elevation 18 inches. So it really kind of sunk it down as much as possible. I'm
Can
kind
I
of
ask you a silly question?
Sure.
You dropped the finished floor. Does that mean that the ridge went down the
Yes.
corresponding amount?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we didn't just go to a mud sill. We took the whole thing and sunk it down. It's a little concerning because you'll see with some of the topo that, the view may not be that great, but we're trying to be as cooperative and work with the board as much as possible. I think in the previous set, the submission set, I think we did include the landscape plan. And I don't know if you want to talk about the landscape plan, because as far as grading is concerned, it could be helpful. So I also just want to point out too that there was a Concom approval for a grading plan, and they started to move the dirt around based on that. And just so everybody here knows that we plan to remove a good amount of that. I think they just kind of, they got the approval, they started it, but a good amount of that will be removed. And I think Mira can kind of talk you through that. So I don't know if this is a good time to hand it over.
So I just want to quickly just reiterate the grading adjustment based on the feedback we got from you on the first meeting. So initially, it's all the cross section are there. So this is the first floor, just the general site plan. Moving to the next page, it's a little bit easier to see the grading, but where actually I would like to start is the next page, where are the cross section, because that was the initial reaction to the amount of fill. So the bottom cross section, if you don't mind to see, you can see two of them at the same time. So the bottom one is the one we initially presented to you a few weeks back. The upper one is the adjusted one. So the changes comparing between the bottom and up is the finished floor initially was set at elevation 45, which we dropped now to 43.5. The red line, now if you don't mind, you can zoom into the upper section. And even there, the little, on the right side, a little note, so it's, that can help a little. You can read those. So again, so you can see the red line is the existing grade. So you can see the highest point of the grade is at 45. So we set finished floor elevation at 43 and half. Therefore, the finished grade at that side of the house is around, oh, did I say 43 and half? Yeah, would be around 43. Then as we go towards the pool, we set the pool another 18 inches lower from initial presentation. So right now the pool elevation is at 40.5, and that leads to drop the guest house another 2 feet as well, from 42 to 40. So we practically drop in overall sequences over 3 feet of the design. Actually, no, I'm saying 4.5 feet, the entire scope from the initial proposal, just to meet the grading. And as you can see, from the highest to the lowest, all the schedule of the guest house and garage is already meeting the existing. And then we are just transitioning from the garage to the main.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Okay, so it's all good, like I like that drop down, but how are you gonna reconcile if that's your finished grade here, and you're going out, and at some point out here, you're running into the 50-foot?
So the second page where it shows the grading, it shows you it's practically big belly in front of that part of the building. So the red line is exactly the cross section, as you can see, kind of cutting
Yeah.
through the front door,
Right.
right? So right in that point is the highest point on the block, which is the little belly on your right side, almost around the letter A. So if you look at the letter A, that's at 45. So practically the landform kind of burns down. And in that point, I'm catching up the 43 elevation in that area and just filling it up around the corner to the lower side. So if you follow the orange line, it's practically, I'm pushing grade away from the main house, but then I'm filling up the corner to keep it up. And then we are wrapping with the help of some retaining walls to get the grading down to the parking area and then all the way to the grading. And to quick math point, they did fill the entire site to average grade, where the parking is right now around grading of 39 to 40, but actually the parking proposed is at 36. So we will be moving a bunch of dirt out of there. Again, they just follow the initial plan approval. So we are practically taking away what they already brought in.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind the commission that we did receive comments and concerns from abutters. I don't know if anybody's
Yeah,
here.
and so, well, thank you, both of you. Is anybody in the queue there or in the audience, I don't know, to speak on this application? If so, make sure to unmute.
Yep, it's Adam Davis with Goldsmith Architects,
Oh, hi,
just
Adam.
representing Graham and Kitty. How you doing? Happy birthday.
Well,
Just hearing the comments, we're happy to hear that some of the fill is being removed. That was still the biggest concern, that there was just a lot of sand brought on. And just concerns of if this all of a sudden, if this site becomes higher than the neighbor to the north and to the south, then just there's concerns of drainage, going in both of those directions and spilling onto both of those properties. Just as the house, the house isn't higher than the bluff anymore, but you're still quite a bit higher than the property to the north. And then just depending on how the site wall is working off the guest house, if there's any concern there.
That's a question
Otherwise,
for us, Adam?
Yeah, that's just, it's more or less a question to the owner and architect to say, and Marka as well, just to be sure, whether it's a swale or something, just something to mitigate any, high point draining off to the neighbors.
Right. Okay.
May I answer the question?
Yeah.
Just since we are talking about the mantle. I just want to point out that I'm looking at the grading on the lower side where is Adam's bus.
Flying.
Yeah, so it's around 42. So the 86 number is the finished grade on facing to the water. It's around, appears to be around elevation 42. Our finished floor elevation or finished grade at that time is around 41.5. So we are pretty much at the same height. Just to want to clarify, if not a little bit lower than our neighbor on number 86. And then, as you can see, Adam, I have a little 4-foot wall along the setback, which is approximately 20 feet in from the number 86. And as you can see, I'm not disturbing any, or if it's already disturbed, we will create pre-existing condition to really match the existing grading. So we are just really taking this water along the wall and taking it to our little low spot on the side. So we will try to keep the pre-existing grade to be within the first 20 feet of the property line to the same as it was, and fully planted, of course. And you can see it on the first page. Hope that helps to answer the question.
Thanks, Mirka.
Great, thank you.
Adam, hang on one second. Val, are you?
Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get
You mean-
why the gross manipulation of the site to get over the little hill that's in front of what the house is gonna be. I reached out to the Concom and got a email back from Jeff Carlson, and they approved grading, but nothing specific. And he said, unfortunately, the HDC and the Concom maybe should have a get together on how we should proceed in the future on these things, because everything that was graded is outside of their jurisdiction.
Well,
So-
not all of it, but certainly a lot of it, yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, there was a grading plan submitted to the Concom. And again, I think anything, to your point, anything outside the 100, it's not technically under their jurisdiction. But they did basically create a grading plan, but it was essentially a placeholder to get an approval for this building and this footprint. So they basically got ahead of themselves and just started, moving dirt around. The bottom line is, I think that the HDC ultimately has the jurisdiction over what the ultimate grading plan is, because if this board doesn't sign on to it, it doesn't really matter what the Concom did. So that's why we're here before you and
Correct.
with a revised plan.
Okay. Thank you. You want me to go to somebody else?
Yeah, I still don't understand. It's okay. I think that the house, in terms of scale, meets up with its neighbors. It's the grading part that, and I appreciate the changes, it's the grading that I just don't get.
I think basically they're trying to create a level site for the house and for the guest house and for the pool. So you take a slope site and you got to grade it somehow to get those flat elements. Okay, who else would like to go on this?
I can give it a shot.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
Well, I'm sort of disappointed that when we look at this elevation right here, the cross section AA, that you start at the top of the hill,
Right.
and then the natural slope goes so deep. Like, why not design the site to conform to the natural grade? You see it done all the time, that you drop it down and you drop it down to follow the natural slope. And then you could have come up with the guest cottage. So I'm a little bit disappointed that instead of doing that, you've leveled the land as much as possible for your agenda, rather than working with the natural environment. That's my first thought. My second thought on the architecture on that east elevation, I appreciate the simplicity of the design, But I don't, and I like the new hip roof with the squared off top, but I wonder if you're going to go that far, why not join the two porches together and make it even simpler? So that that really long main porch just goes right into that left-hand massing. I'm just talking about that east elevation now.
Yeah.
Right, so, because I don't really like that squared off hip underneath those three windows on the far left. I think it's, everything is so simple. And then you get that, and it could, if it somehow tied in, I don't know if it can, I'm not drawing at the table, but could we see, are we gonna look at all the elevations, or are we going to
Oh,
concentrate on the
Well, they
east?
can show you whatever you want, Abby.
Okay, so again, I don't want to go on too long, but so I was looking at some of the older buildings along Steps Beach and going towards Nantucket West, and I was looking at the fenestration of some of the older buildings. What?
No, she didn't, she wanted to make sure that you knew that we were in Pocomo. But I know what you're talking about. You were looking at all the buildings on the North Shore.
On the North Shore, and the ones that really sit well on the sites are the ones that are the least fenestrated. They're not in your face saying, here's, you know, I got the view, I'm gonna over fenestrate it. So I think the subtler approach to this is, obviously you've got a great view, but I think the second floor is what you'll see from the water. I think this fenestration should be simplified. And it doesn't have, the east elevation is a beautiful, simple design, very farmhouse, very Victorian, very, you know, sort of shingle at the same time. But the water side just becomes this, you know, massive fenestration. So I think you've got to take that quality of design that you have on the east and apply it to the west. And I think the sides, I guess it's the north and the south, I'm fine with. So that's, oh, I did sort of wish that the chimney, rather than sticking out of the side, I wish it was incorporated into the center of the building in a sort of a real nice shingle style, chunky chimney. I think that would give it some je ne sais quoi, because I don't know what the word is. So yeah, there, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen, you ready?
I'll go.
Oh, okay, Diane, go ahead.
I think Abby's got a good suggestion of extending that porch right across over to the left-hand side and get rid of all that doodly on the second floor. And I agree with her, definitely would simplify the west elevation. The one thing I wanted to mention, because I believe it's in the book Building with Nantucket in Mind, is that they say that your land should not be converted to a platform to build on, that you should contend with the natural fall of the land. So that's the thing to keep in mind, because both these things are on flat land, and that particular area is not flat. And I think it should be worked with to some extent. I appreciate bringing the height down of the main house, and snipping off the corners of both on the west elevation. I think it makes an interesting silhouette on the north and the south elevation, which I like more than the square thing. I think it's interesting. I think it'll fit in nicely at 88. One thing that I was going to mention the last time we saw the landscaping was the pool. I keep looking at it, and it seems like it's out of place. I don't know why. I think if it was moved up to where it says, I can barely see it, but I think it says lawn. I don't know. It's just what I see, and it just concerns me that it doesn't look like it sort of fits into the area. I appreciate the stuff being taken out, which was put in. I think the other parts are thoughtfully done, and I just would like to see the elevations that you're working with, not destroying the fall of the land, because the land out there on that part of Takima is interesting and falls to the water. There's a good view of what we've got and what is there. It's an attractive fall of land. It's been totally ignored. So anyway, I agree with a lot with what Abby has said, and I think that the West Side needs to be defenestrated a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. It's your turn, Stephen. You ready?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So east elevation, Matt, I appreciate the hip roof changes, adding the porch with the hip roof. It softens versus the previous submission. However, I do think that it is somehow inappropriate, given it's the simplicity, and then looking at I think the word doodly was used on the second floor of on the left side of the east elevation. So my point is, I think it would be more appropriate to bring some congruence between the porch mass and the second floor. The porch mass of the main structure, which is the hip, with the porch and deck mass of the leftmost portion of that on that elevation. I'm not going to get into designing at the table. I think the comments on fenestration are well taken. However, there's tremendous precedent out there, and mostly what you're going to see is the second floor, which on the west elevation, which is substantially less fenestration than the first floor, which will partially be shrouded by having dropped 1.5 feet in grade and being masked by the dune, but also by the sheer height of the dune, unless you're at quite a distance. And then when you're at quite a distance, it's not really going to be something you're going to notice or focus on so much. The other elevations I'm not as concerned about. If we could go to the sheet, first set of cross sections. I think the foreshadowing of the cupola it's got to take a hike, as John would say. And the grade has been something that I've brought up, I will continue to bring up. I think it needs to better reflect and respect the existing conditions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. And yeah, that last comment about the grading, I have very little to say about the architecture, other than I appreciate the changes that you've made, including the drop of the floor. And my major issues here are the grading. And so just some little things that I noted down. The retaining wall that would be the north of the garage on the west side of the driveway is 6 feet high. That's going to be something that you're going to see right when you drive in. And from that 6 feet high, then it slopes up another 6 feet to where the pool is. So that's 12 feet difference there. And then the retaining wall that is right by the house, right to the east of the house, it's only 2 feet high. However, it's 2 feet high with respect to an existing grade underneath that's 8 feet lower. So you're filling 8 feet at the high point of the wall against existing grade. So the 2 foot high wall just by itself, I don't mind, but the fact that it's sitting on top of essentially 6 feet of fill is I find troubling. So it's just the amount of fill. I understand why you're doing it. You want to terrace the house, you want to terrace the pool, and to a certain extent, you need to terrace the garage just so that your garage bays are all level. But that's my main concern. So
Mine too.
yeah, so now we also haven't seen, we've seen, but we haven't officially seen the revisions that you made sort of subsequent. And I don't know how other people feel about it, but I think that they're all an improvement.
Yeah.
Over the.
Yeah.
Right.
We just had extra time to kind of look at it, and it
Right.
softens it. So I think I got some great feedback on the architecture. And then as far as the landscape is concerned, I think that, I just also want to point out that the pool elevation, all those things that you just said, they all do terrace down. So main house.
They do. I guess I would rather see them terrace more so that there's less fill,
Gotcha.
which I think is what Stephen was
at. And I too said that it needs to come down.
I think it's been, it's been a concern, the biggest concern arguably on this project from day one. So.
No, I appreciate everyone's feedback and your patience as we work through it. It's a very, very challenging site, and
it's a challenge.
Thankful that we have
no question
Mirka here because it's. But I think that we're getting there. So thank you for your feedback.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Stephen's going to make a motion.
Make a motion for minor revisions to the architecture and the grading to better reflect and respect the existing contour.
Good motion. Thank you for the motion, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
There you go, Diane. Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Very good. And Stephen on your motion.
Oh, thank you. Aye.
All right, Stephen's in and Ray Pohl is in. So that's all in favor. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, in the interest of moving the meeting forward, if you wanted to, we could actually hold the guest house to track. And I was also going to ask, because the landscape is so directly correlated with this structure, is it possible to track the landscape application as well?
Is that before us? I don't see it on here.
It's on the next new business, which would be maybe next Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, the landscape is so intimate with this thing, I think we'll just hear it all together, and whether it actually gets heard officially or informally.
So I will just email these guys to track it, when you guys get to me, I will, or I remind you, we'll just track it. And I might switch the plans.
Okay.
I make a motion to hold the guest house proclama and any landscaping thing to track with the main house.
Sounds good, Diane. Thank you. So the motion is to have the landscape application, which is following somewhere, and the guest house to track the main house. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Abby. Aye.
Very good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
New business 6-7, they also have the sports court for 88 Pocomo. Is that also to track with the hardscape?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we just do that without having to vote it again?
Yep.
Okay, great.
It's not sugary.
Thank you.
Not sugary.
It's natural. Sugar.
It's natural sugar. Okay.
Goes right to my.
Mm-hmm. Yum, yum. Lord, all this healthy stuff.
You guys want some papaya? Anyone out there?
Okay.
I'll have
Robert.
some.
We'll drone it over to you, Abby.
All right. Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Joseph Manella. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself and kind of give a human element behind the drawings that you guys have been looking at for the last couple of weeks. I've been at home watching the meetings on Zoom, and I just was like, I need to come and show face and kind of let them know who I am, what's going on with it. So I just want you guys to know that this isn't not going to be just a rental compound. Like, I'm a native of the island. I've been living here my whole entire life, and I'll be living in the houses year round, in one of them year round. So, I'm the exact kind of demographic of this island that's kind of being forced to move off it because of the jobs I've chosen throughout my life. And I just wanted to make you guys aware that it's not strictly just a rental compound. It's going to be a year round.
I just have to ask,
place living.
did we ever intimate that it was?
No, I just wanted to be clear.
Because,
I mean, the whole
It's-
neighborhood is, so
what-
it's like,
as residents of Nantucket, I'm sure that everybody, likes that. But as HDC members, whether a house is rented out or given to an end user is kind of not our thing.
no, I know. I mean, I'm going to kind of talk about myself for a minute, and
Okay.
it has nothing to do with the HDC. Like, I just want you guys to know kind of who I am and what's going on. So I just want you guys, I spent my whole
Excuse me, I hate
Oh.
to interrupt, but I missed his name for the
Oh, no,
record.
this is
this
Joe
Joe?
Manila.
Yes.
Oh,
He's the
okay.
owner. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. Anyway, so I spent my whole entire career on this island, kind of trying to get back to it. I worked at the Boys and Girls Club for 10 years. I was a school teacher for 5 years. I've now worked at the Natural Resources, trying to help out the harbor. So I just kind of, I don't know. I know it doesn't come into your purview, or you don't care, but I just wanted to make it clear that.
Oh, we do care.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to make it clear that's not, just a strictly investment property. It's like going to be an actual home. Anyway, so moving on. The old saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. My sister was developing her house right next to my lot. She excavated her foundations and she dumped a bunch of dirt onto my property.
Is she the one closer to the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought nothing of it. I mean, there was just a pile of dirt there, put there by professional people. Like 18 months later, we had it removed by professional people. It wasn't, the grade was not changed from when the dirt was put there to being removed. I just wanted to really, I'm saying professional people because at the last meeting, my neighbor kept reiterating that the applicant was out there in his Bobcat moving the dirt around, which I'm not going to say it's a lie because but it's just a complete like, I don't know why he said that. It was not me. My sister hired people to dig her foundation and put the dirt there, and she hired people to take it away. And like, I had nothing to do with it. I also wanted to talk about the different, like, there's one house is a gambrel and one house would be like, I don't know, a classic looking house or whatever. I think that's kind of a cool situation. I like it because I wanted a gambrel because I wanted somebody to walk down the street and be like, hey, could have been a barn at one time. It could have been a horse barn at one time, and now it's been converted into a home. Don't know why you'd have two barns next to each other. That's why there's not two gambrels. Kind of like a farmhouse with a gable next to it in like, fantasy land. Anyways, another comment that was made at the meeting was that there wasn't enough green space on the property, and I don't like green lawns. I work for the Natural Resource Department. Fertilizers are really harming our harbor. I feel so strongly towards this that I put a warrant article in the last town meeting to ban fertilizer. So that was me, and to hear like be told that I need to have more green lawn on my property, it just.
I actually just just to put, to explain that, I think it wasn't like green lawn versus other softscape. It was green lawn versus built, like hardscape and or building.
Okay.
That was,
Yeah.
that was the comment.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to
Good.
sell myself.
Just so that we're clear.
And I know that Rob didn't mess up the numbers, and like, there's not too much building on the thing. It's within the building code. So, yes. And then I also want to know, like, he has made every single architectural change that you guys have asked, except maybe one, which you couldn't really figure out. So we're doing everything we can, and we just want to get it approved. So I hope
Okay.
I didn't shoot myself in the foot. I just want
Well,
to
thanks for that background.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hey,
So, shall we start by looking at the building?
Can't hear anything.
oh, hey,
Oh.
There you go.
did you hear, Diane, just curious, did you hear what Joe just said?
I heard him clearly, but whoever.
Oh, okay, so maybe Robbie's just not close enough to the mic.
Okay, all right, how's that? That better?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, great. So shall we start with the main dwelling, which is?
Yes,
on the screen?
please.
Okay, so I was asked to change the pitches on the dormers, which I did. I added quarter boards to the dormers to help reduce some of the shingled area. They were a cottage corner before. I'm happy to reduce those in width a little bit to make that more if this hasn't been enough of a change. I changed the pitches from a 7, I believe, to 5 on the front of the building. The back, I'd like to keep it a 6 pitch, which has changed from a 7 to a 6 just because I need the length of shed roof to carry the solar array. Okay,
It's the 7.
which is on the southern elevation.
Did you just ask, Val?
He said he changed it to a 6, but it says 7.
Yeah, I don't think I changed my. I'm sorry, I don't think I changed the
Yeah,
number on the slope.
right.
Drafting error.
You still need to speak up.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the next on the east elevation, Val, I noted it as 6 and 12, so it was just my mistake on the 7. Okay, on the next page, yeah, right there. Okay.
I must be looking at an old plan then, because they're not
You
changed.
should have something dated 6/22. Those are the revisions. Down in the right-hand corner.
I have an old plan.
Uh-oh.
Oh, really? Mine says 6/24 stamped in.
Here. Okay.
Well, is that, that might be the guest house, I'm not sure. Anyway, Robbie, so we'll take your word that they have gone from 7s to 6s.
This
Yes,
is
they
the
have.
site.
They have.
You want to look at this? Anything else?
No, that I believe is the extent of the requested changes on this. If you look at sheet number 5, you can see the original proposal is the top of the sheet. The middle was the middle proposal, and then the bottom is
Same.
the bottom is the current one before you. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, this is the same.
Hey, Robbie.
Yeah.
Val's bringing up a super good point.
Yes.
Okay, now, for those of you watching on Zoom, you're not going to be able to catch this, but I think that for those of us in the room, you will. That space right there, which was the prior application, right?
Yep.
Right there.
Yep.
Is the same as that.
Right. I
So that means that Val is correct that the roof pitch has not changed.
lifted it down at the base. I left the same point at the top, and I lifted it at the bottom. Okay, I believe is what I did, right?
Oh, you raised up the eave.
Yes, and changed the
But
pitch.
it's not, I think we just have the wrong.
I gave a shingle line, I think, between it. I put more head casing on top of the windows, and I raised the eave, changed the pitch.
Well, we'll accept that, but let's see whether that draws any further comments. I'm not sure it might.
Okay.
All right, so Robbie, hey, have you concluded your presentation?
I have this continues on with the topo, I think, or that's in a separate addendum, I think, the topo cross sections. But that's it for the building, yes.
Okay, so, thank you. Who wants to start on this one? The board.
I can't because I don't have plans that show the change.
No, but you can address that.
Okay.
You know, if the plans we're looking at still show it as a 7 or theoretically show it as a 6, but with a raised eave, you know, that's something you can comment on. So, yeah, board, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Christopher Beavis is
Oh,
in
right.
the queue.
Yeah, sorry, thanks for, I meant to, he's the neighbor, I believe.
Yes, I'm the abutter at 47 Westchester.
Yeah, okay, so you have the floor. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'd first of all just like to say respectfully that the grade of 9 Genji has changed, and I have some photos here taken last week showing the change of grade at the property line, if I could share them.
Mr. Chair, through you, if you could email those to staff, that would be great for the record. Thank you.
Christopher, did you hear what Holly just said?
I did it, and I will forward those after the meeting.
Oh, you just wanted them for the record, not to present now. Okay.
Okay, so this is a photo taken from our property, looking at the property line. The branches you see on the left and right are the existing hedgerow on our property. And you can see that there is a 2 to 3 foot change of grade, abrupt change of grade at the property line. That was not there prior to the building of 11 Genji. You can also notice that there is an abundant growth of mushrooms there, suggesting that drainage is coming from 9 Genji onto our property. And I would also note that there is no vegetation on the property at 9 Genji, suggesting that this is not an old change, it's a more recent change.
Okay, was that it?
Well, yeah, and I feel like every time we come to this meeting, we say there's been a change of grade, and someone else says, no, there hasn't. And then
Well, I actually went out myself, and I never go on the property, but here it's pretty easy to stand on the sidewalk and look, and yeah, there's still some grade change there.
well, the grade change is much more severe facing our property.
Well, so now this is where, in terms of our ability, I'm not sure that we're allowed to like walk across the property and view from the applicant's property your property. I don't think that's legal.
You could give us permission.
True. Anyway.
So I will happily grant you permission if you don't believe the photographs.
No. You mean grant permission to go on your property?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Fine. So with that, I think I'm going to hear the comments of the board, if you don't mind. Or do you have anything else to say? That was addressed to you, Christopher.
Just that if there is going to be an abrupt change of grade there, I think it needs to be an engineered change of grade with planned and engineered drainage as well.
Okay, good point. Thank you. All right, board members.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Robbie, I appreciate the changes, but I think the dormers are still too big.
In width?
Yeah, just
Okay.
overall. I mean, interestingly enough, if it were one dormer with multiple windows evenly spaced, it actually, I think, would have a more quieting effect than having these two broken masses. I think the roof pitch change without squishing, moving it up or down the roof plane, I don't think is successful as trying to make it less of a mass overall. So I think that needs some work. And on the grade, and by the way, that full dormer across would be completely appropriate with the first floor facade. I think the grade thing, if you'll indulge me for 30 seconds, Mr. Chair, this is.
I think the grade thing is important to discuss.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. This is a big issue for us, and it's going to become a bigger issue.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the result is going to be something that no one wants, which is going to be a whole nother level of red tape, bureaucracy, permitting, problems, holdups, expense, time lost on projects. You can do the math. And what I'm referring to in particular is grades being changed prior to coming in for an application review. We're seeing it we're seeing it too regularly. I will say, I accept at face value what the owner has stated, but that's not what my concern is. My concern is that this is one project in many, and it is literally becoming an issue for the HDC and for the community. And what I mean by that with respect to the HDC is not that we're sitting here and we have to weigh in on this, but we have to accept at face value what is brought forth. We make determinations on that, and then if we later find out that that wasn't the case, it erodes our prestige and our authority and our ability, therefore, to accomplish what it is we're tasked to accomplish. So when I say this is a big potential problem, I mean it is literally on our doorstep, and I think it's a big problem. I agree with the neighbors' comments. I think the only way to mitigate a grade change that affects or even potentially affects a neighbor and try and head off some of this other stuff that's going to be coming down the pike otherwise is, and I don't believe it's in our purview with respect to the engineering, but to have an engineered solution with respect to character and setting. I believe that we can get into terracing and talk about those items. Excuse me. So what I would suggest is appropriate as character and setting in the area currently as exists is some terracing, and I think the engineering is going to be part of that, just as a matter of course. But I do believe that you need to terrace further back. It is going to cut down yard space, not to say grass. I will put a plug in for clover. There's nothing wrong with green space, but clover is something when I was managing community associations we used, and I believe the Wawinit tried it. They're certainly not using it along the road front on Monomoy. If you drive anywhere along Monomoy, it's a nice dark green Kentucky bluegrass. I think that generally, and with some specifics, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
May I quickly respond? I have some more information. If we could look at my cross sections, which were requested.
Not just yet.
Okay, because I have Malloy's survey right here.
Okay,
And I appreciate Mr. Beavis's input very much. But this survey will show.
but I listen.
Construction.
Okay, all right. The grading issue is going to come up again. I'm certain of that because I'm going to talk about it. Okay, so who wants to go next? Val?
I'll go.
I don't really have anything to add that I didn't say the last time. The house is simple. It just needs, the dormers to be a little tighter, like we usually ask, and the plans to reflect that. In terms of the grade change, I myself am getting tired of being the arbiter of all these grade discretions. It's not in our purview. It's not for us to resolve, and I wish that applicants would take that into consideration on the front end and be a little more mindful of their neighbors, try to work things out, because this is where it always lands, and we can't solve it.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane, I heard you chiming in
Yep.
there.
I will, as far as the landscaping, I think that it should be stated, I think, Stephen acknowledged it somewhat, that nothing, if they want us to review something, they are not to change the elevations of, and stuff, the elevation of the land before we look at the plans. And in the, as I said, in the book of how to build with Nantucket and mind it, we approve up to 2.5 feet, and that's it, not 8, 10, 12. And I think that if it comes in and it doesn't follow our view, then we won't review the application. That's what I think. Not only that, as far as Joe mentioned, and Steve said, it's clover, mini clover is a very good thing. It is very good for the dirt. If he's concerned about that, it brings nitrogen in and is very good. It is easy to maintain, and the more you cut it, the lower it gets and thicker it gets. It should not, a green lawn, a lawn being described as something that's green, should not be done away with because they think it's bad. Clover has become very popular and is well versed in making a very good area. I think that the house, along with what has been suggested of bringing the dormers in a little bit is true. I would like to, we are not considering the solar panels just yet, are we?
No.
That's a separate elevation. And my other thought is that perhaps there's an overage of windows on the south elevation. You're going to, I don't know if you're going to see that, but you see it from whatever the name of that little street is that goes up to the bluff there. I can't remember what it's called, but that is a public street, and looking up on that land, you should see part of that elevation of the south elevation. So I think cutting down the number of windows, it's practically total windows, and you're not looking out on anything particularly like the harbor. So I might suggest that some of the windows be separated, not all of them mulled. Every one of them on that elevation are mulled. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Thank you very much. Abby?
So on the front elevation, I think the front door is confusing. Is it under a porch? Is that what's happening there?
Yes.
So I think it needs more presence, and I think if it was flush to the 3 windows to the right, and it didn't have like an inset there, I think it would have more prominence. Other than that, I don't have a comment. I think on the back, I think it is over fenestrated with the windows, but I went over there and in my car, and I could see 3 feet difference between the far right site and where it hasn't been developed, along where in front of where those Leyland cypress trees are. And I was wondering who planted those Leyland cypress. So I think it's clearly been built up, and I don't appreciate that. And I think the site itself is I still think it's overdeveloped. It looks like 3 buildings in a row. And I think the 2 houses don't really connect to each other. I think they're very different looking, and I just don't really understand the site at all. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Abby, thank you. I think that leaves me. So with respect to the grade, you know, I looked at the neighbor who apparently is your sister, and she's got like retainage in the front of her property. Between her house and the cul-de-sac, there's probably a foot or a foot and a half, a wall. So I can understand the idea of like raising it up so that you're on a level with her. The grade change at the road is not that substantial. There is grade change. It's not feet, it's more like inches. Now, as you proceed further back into the site, the grade change, from what I understand, is more aggressive because it's all sloping away. Hang on, Robbie. Hang on. Okay, so the house right now is 29 feet high. I would think, out of deference to the neighbor, could you just drop the grade of the back of the house that nobody's going to see on the back? And I'm going to use that again to the pitch of the dormers on the back. So you could remove grade there so that that mound that purportedly is there, that I wouldn't be able to see unless I got permission from either you or the neighbor to go see, but appears to be there. Anyway, that could all be shaved down so that the back side of the house, and what's the front? What elevations is it? The front of the house is south?
North.
North. So the south side of the house, i.e. the back, if the grade went down a foot and pitched away reasonably so that the neighbor was satisfied that he didn't have a big pile of dirt on his property line, that would be a good thing. And also, if this is figuring in at all, but the solar panels, and the taller the pitch on the dormer, the more room you're going to have for the panels. So going from a 7 to a 6 shortens the length of the dormer, therefore less panels. So my view on that one is, give us 6s on the front where you're not going to be using the panels anyway. That will go to Val's concern about the steep pitch of the roof. And just do the 7s on the back where you plan to put the solar panels anyway.
I agree with everything you just said 100%.
Good.
Okay, the front I already have at 5, and the back I put at 6. Whether I mislabeled or not, I apologize.
Okay,
However,
so I'm one member of the board. So I'm just suggesting, if you're trying to do this for panels, I don't care what happens on the back, which happens to be where the panels are going. Anyway,
I'm trying to hide them the best. I'm trying to hide them, period. Okay, by having them up on the dormer. Okay,
right.
I think that's perfect.
Understood.
So if we could just please look at my section, which is on the topo amendment to everything here, because it's not part of any one portion of this total application. I believe that my topo plan shows exactly what you just asked for.
You mean the topo that was just up on the board?
No, there's
Yeah,
another
that we
that I,
have 2 copies of right here.
there's another that I included the
Is that
site
something we
sections
can get
on.
up?
Yep, go scroll to the
So
fourth T.
not that one.
Not that one. Go to the
This
fourth,
cross
number
section.
4T. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so this shows the cross sections of the site in both directions, plus the 3 buildings across Gingy Lane together. Okay, so this section is basically through the garage, the one north to south, which goes on to Mr. Beavis's property. And, excuse me, I agree with what he's saying, but let's please remember that this was rough graded by Amy's contractor. This is not working. The photographs do not accurately reflect the construction plan. And I have the plan from the surveyor right here so that you could look at it if you'd like to, but my drawings reflect exactly what Dan Malloy has provided, okay, and where the grade intends to be. And I think that that addresses what you just suggested.
Not exactly. What I'm suggesting, Robbie.
But close.
All right. Look, no fingers are being pointed at the moment, but I find it very interesting that the contours all basically follow the property. You know, I mean, it's almost like the property was created to fit the contours, but I think it was the other way around. There was the property and then it got contoured this way. I'm suggesting pulling this stuff back, including this 30, because by the way, you're proposing a pool that's on a sloped piece of land. You don't want that. So pull that back, pull the 30 back so that you're at 29, and pull the 29 and all that back so that you get a more gradual slope. And then your neighbor's gonna be happier because he's not gonna have a big mound there, that's all.
So my section reflects exactly what you just said. I just wanted to indicate where the topo is right now. Okay, so my section.
The red is where the topo is right now.
And I wanted to indicate that to everybody here.
You know this.
I think we can all agree to that.
So if you look at the right-hand section, you see where 29 drops right there underneath the cursor? On the right-hand side where the cursor is on the screen? Yes.
Over here.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm starting to indicate where we're changing from the 30 down to the 29. Okay, so what we want to do is have the main house at the 29 elevation, and then by the time we get to the left-hand slope where it goes to the rain garden, okay, where everything is designed to flow onto Gingy Lane, into the street, and then into the rain garden. The whole street has been engineered to
You're saying
drain that.
from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, you're a 1 foot of grade change from 29 to 28.
And that's what Dan's plan indicates.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right, well, so
that addressed the east-west axis, but
the
Mr. Chairman is
north-south.
referring to the north-south.
I am
particularly
referring to the
south,
north-south.
and you were saying the same, wait a sec, we were saying the same thing in different ways. He's talking about bringing it back so you have a gradual slope. I was talking about terracing, so you cut that way back. No, I'm
Cutting this down.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
right here.
Right.
Getting rid of this and cutting it down.
Right.
This can be taller than that.
Perfect. I'm there. I'm happy
Okay.
to do that.
So, we've all spoken, unless anybody has any other comment. Oh, I had one last thing I wanted to say. I liked Stephen's suggestion about doing the single dormer, because I do believe that it will be less complicated looking, and that's a good thing.
I'm on board.
Okay.
Make a motion for revisions to the structure consistent with the meeting comments.
Consistent with the meeting comments, yes.
To either slope or terrace the rear of the property.
Okay.
In the south.
Okay.
In those revisions.
Hang on. So that is Stephen's motion. Did somebody say something? No. Okay. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, I will explain to you in 1 second.
Okay.
Abby,
Just hold for revisions? Is that what it was?
hold for revisions and also for grading revisions. Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm in.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Diane. Val?
Aye.
Okay. Diane, we have you yet? Is Diane muted?
Now I got it to unmute.
Were you and I,
I'm
Diane?
okay.
Sorry, that was a yes?
Yes, I
Okay.
was an aye.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Hey, let's, can we skip over the solar? Because I'm not sure that do we want to discuss that at this time? Or should we wait for revisions on the house?
Why don't we have it to track
I think we have some.
with the building?
Of what?
Oh, these aren't right. Are they right?
Right. On those.
Oh, okay,
Not
well, that's,
losing my
that's
marbles.
good to know. Hey, Robbie,
There's still marble.
can we skip the solar for now? And I would really love to direct the
Sure.
discussion to the guest
Yes,
house,
yes.
honestly. Okay, so.
Although I would say it is a proper application of solar.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't see that there's gonna be a lot of controversy there.
Concur.
So should we just hold this to track?
I make a motion to have it tracked with the house.
Thanks a lot. Diane's made the motion
To
on the
have
motion.
the
Val,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane on your motion? You got Diane?
Aye.
Okay, great. And I'm in favor. That was the solar. Now, let's go to the second dwelling. Let's go to the second dwelling and we'll talk about the gambrel and those kind of things.
I'm going to step out for a bit.
Hang on.
Could Carrie step in for me?
No, this is a seated board.
Yeah, this is a seated board, so with all due respect
Okay.
to you and your dog, can you hang on just for another second?
Absolutely. They
Okay,
haven't
thank
even
you.
said anything.
Thanks a
yet.
lot. Okay, second dwelling, gambrel. Where are we on this, Robbie?
Okay, I reduced the length by 3 feet, okay, from 46 to 43 overall.
That was a concern, yes.
Okay, I reduced the height by, I think about 6 inches.
And in what manner did you accomplish that?
By changing the slope so it wasn't more mansard. You thought it was a little leaning towards a more of a mansard. So if we look at sheet number 4, if you compare the previous to the application. So,
yeah.
Top left hand, reduced the width by 3 feet. I broke the form into 2 separate pieces. Where that lattice was previously on the lower left, that lower shot, you can see where I broke the gambrel into 2 pieces. I simplified the front door. Portico, I'm not so sure about. I'd like some input on that, please. The frame to the right, the only change was the reduction in width. Okay, and whatever subtle changes, changing the slope of the gambrel are reflected in that. The lower left quadrant, it's just the slope of the gambrel. Change the pitch on the lower leg of the gambrel slightly. The
I can't hear him.
The right-hand quadrant just reflects where I reduced the width of that add-on mass on the right-hand or on the left-hand side from the street. And I reduced the footprint by 90 square feet. So I've shrunk the whole thing all the way up.
Very good. Thanks, Robbie.
Thank you.
Who wants to start on this one?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Can we go back to the upper next setup elevation? Oh, there we go. Robbie, appreciate the changes. I think it does address the sense that this is just an overly long, small structure, including breaking the roof mass between the main mass and the secondary mass. The only comment I have is that I miss the 8/8. I think it really lent something to this design. The other comment I make is this illustrates, I think, quite well. If you were to have on the upper elevation, which is the north, 2 dormers on that main roof, how much more busy it would be. So that single dormer, I think, really lends itself to the design. Other than that, I have no comments. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you.
I
Who's
can
next?
I can go real quick.
All right, thanks, Abby.
I really like I guess I said this last time, is I really like the front elevation of this, the prior. I think the front door has more presence. The newly proposed looks, you know, a little dinky. So, and I also like the 8s. I think it gave it a cottage-like, very attractive look. There was one elevation on the side that I thought the second floor deck, there it is. Also, I think I like the prior. I think it fit better. And now it looks sort of squeezed in up there. So just minor things from me. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I appreciate the changes in this. I don't disagree with Steve and Abby about the windows. I think that lent a air of old Nantucket to it. I so appreciate the reduction in width and also the break in the wall plane. All in all, I think this is a go.
Thank you.
Appropriate.
Very good. Diane?
I am also good with it. I like I'm not sure if I understood what Abby was saying. On the, I don't know what it is, north elevation. I can't get my screen to move, so I don't know. No, I don't need that. Is not what I need. I need a that one lower. There it is. It is that one with the gambrel on 622. It had one window on the second floor. On 401, it had 3 windows on the second floor. I think it looks better with the single window, which was 622, rather than 3.
That is the current one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 441 was the prior. He's
Right.
down, he's scaled it down quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good, and I think it will fit in. I might say that again, the south elevation, particularly if you're going to see both houses from the lower streets, that's a lot of fenestration for 2 houses on the south elevation. And it might be good to separate those mulled windows and have either 2 windows or separate them some so that they are not so heavy. I think that elevation is kind of heavy. Otherwise than that, I appreciate what he's done. And thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So, question, Robert.
Yes, sir.
Why did the 8s go to heaven?
Because you asked me to change them to 6s.
We did not.
I'm sorry to say.
No.
I'm happy to go back.
We're allowed to
8s.
change our minds. Because actually, to the point of, it's been discussed, this idea of having the gambrel piece read as, a separate, independent piece of architecture. Well, to that point, doing the 8s makes it that it reinforces that. And so I think and I'm in this camp, I think the 8s were a real enhancement to the prior design. But having that's really my only issue. I think you did a great job improving the pitches of the gambrel so that it worked, less mansard. I liked the reduction in scale, particularly of the side piece.
Absolutely.
This little 622 that Diane pointed out here with the single door, all that's good. So I'm pretty happy with this one, with the exception of the 8s. Can we get them back?
I'll go back to the 8s.
On the main facade?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Got it. And how about Abby's suggestion on the front door?
I actually like the simpler front door,
Yeah.
Okay,
just my preference.
Done.
So can somebody make a motion on this? Okay.
I'll try.
Can-
Did you want to?
I just wanted to make a comment. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think you got a winning recipe on grading. So we need to caveat out grading
Yeah,
and changes.
your
that might
grading
apply.
All
presumably
right, you
will
make the
change it. Okay.
motion.
Well, just, I'd make a, I mean, if we want 8/8, we could request that even on just the first floor. Of the-
I liked them just
Of
the way
both?
they were on
both.
the prior.
So the primary mass, let's see, motion approved through staff, northern facade, the primary mass to have 8/8.
Right.
Grading plan to track and any minor revisions to the rear that might come up as a result of grading to track.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Stephen, on that motion, Val?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
Just to be clear, we're just tracking at this time?
No, this is a motion to approve.
Okay, I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Okay, abstention, and Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, so that was 4 in favor, 1 abstention. And I do know that Abby, you want to take a break.
There's one
And then
more.
I know you're going out.
We actually have 2 more.
I was going to motion for the pool to track the grading. That works for you guys.
That's a super good idea. And then I think, hey, so Abby,
Yeah.
just, you can actually duck out because we don't need you on the motion to hold the
Okay.
pool for thing. And then we will move forward with the garage studio, but I think it would be safe to move forward without you. And we could probably, Jesse, we can pull Jesse in. He hasn't spoken yet. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. See you in a little while. Okay, so now first thing I need is a motion to hold the pool to track the house in terms of its grading.
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Let's say Jesse on this one, since you're on it. Are you an aye?
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it. That's fine. And let's see, Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so now the pool has been held. And now let's move to the garage studio, where the board shall be myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, and Jesse. Okay. What you got to say on this one, Rob?
Okay, so I just did some minor changes here, which I think simplified it pretty nicely. I had 2 different sized windows. I had a smaller window on the bottom and a larger window on the top. I changed those so that all of the windows there's only one size window in the whole structure. I simplified the entry door. It had a 9 light before. I changed it to a 6, which are proposed on the other 2 buildings, just to give a little continuity and to line this up with the proposed garage doors, give that a little harmony and glass. I took away the pent roofs. Okay, it had pent roof over the garage door and over the side entry. I removed those. I believe that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Robbie. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Gable Ford on the west elevation, Robbie, still needs to come down. Other than that, with respect to the ridge and the top plate on the 1 3/4 story mass walls, other than that, no concerns.
So you just want to drop the ridge on the west?
Yeah, and the
Which would,
eave.
correct. You had said that before, and I
Yeah,
agreed
you
with you.
Oh, that, yeah, sure, I can do that. When I drew it, I just like this one better, but I'm happy to drop that. Sure.
Okay, because I remember that as being possibly the main concern here. But so, thank you, Stephen. Val,
I'm good with that.
good with dropping that west gable?
Yeah.
Okay.
A foot adequate?
Thank you. Diane?
Yeah, my only question is, I can't figure out, on the east elevation, what is the thing he's got the cloud around? It looks like it's a vacant.
I took the pent roof off. I removed the pent roof.
The pent roof is gone, so he's just clouding it because it's gone now.
No, but I'm asking like what?
Just a cover for the front door. I can shingle that in and make it solid.
That's all right. I just couldn't figure out what it was. That's all. Thank
The
you.
Bubble is just to indicate I removed the pent over the garage door.
Okay.
But not relating to the bubble at all. What is this?
I recessed the entry just to give cover to the door.
So that's, oh, here.
Yes.
Okay, so that door is just set back ever so slightly.
Yes.
Okay, finally understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was it, Diane?
Yeah, I just wondered what that was. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with bringing the gable down on the north elevation.
Actually, I have a question.
Okay, Stephen, go.
Robbie, on the northwest and east, is that just your floor showing through?
Yes.
Or is there
No,
shingle treatment?
it's just a dotted line that indicates the floor height.
Okay, just double checking, because if there was a shingle treatment, I wanted to know what it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, motion to approve this. Oh, sorry. Mr. Chair, you didn't speak?
Mr. Dutra.
Oh, you already made one?
Well, no, he hasn't spoken yet.
Oh, sorry, Jesse.
No worries, no worries. It's an easy one. I have no concerns. So motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, wait, I have another
Oh, wait,
comment.
I thought I was on the list. There was another person? Sorry.
Wait, no, but Val has another comment, but we need to drop that one gable down.
Oh, right.
That I think is.
Forgot about
But
that.
Val, go.
Because they're 2/2 windows, can the 9 light be a 4 light and the front door change?
It would be horizontally formatted. This is the current one, the one up above, not this one. Oh, wait.
No,
I'm looking at the west.
if you go to
Oh, the
the,
west could be a 4 light.
Yeah.
Not the one up on the north,
Okay,
because that would be very horizontal.
okay.
Can you do that, Robbie?
absolutely,
Instead of a 9 light, do a 4.
I can do that.
Okay. And then the other thing is, are we dropping the ridge on that
West gable.
west gable by how much?
6 to 9.
6 to 9
And the
inches.
eaves.
And
I need to get past the fascia on the two sides, so we're gonna go down to 10 to 12.
Fine.
Love it.
We like that. Okay, can somebody make a motion?
Motion to approve with dropping the eave 10 to 12 inches.
The eave, that would be the eave on the west elevation.
On the west
And
elevation.
also on the west elevation, we'd like to go from a 9 light door to a 4 light door.
Right, so on the west elevation, go to a 9 light door to a 4 light door.
And
Very
drop
good.
the ridge too.
Yeah. Even ridge both go down on the west elevation by not 10 to 12, you said?
Whatever
That'll-
gets me past that fascia.
Right, that'll be fine.
All right.
Okay, so thanks for the motion, Jesse, on that motion. Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse, on your motion. You say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor too, so that motion
Mr.
carries.
Chair, I
Yes.
hear someone lighting the candles at your birthday party.
Kinda, yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much and happy birthday, Ray.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'm just gonna write this and then I'll be on my way.
And Abby's not, is she back?
Yeah.
I doubt.
Okay.
Oh, she is back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ray, I wanted you on my hat.
Sorry, brother. You can take it to proprietors. We can review it at the table of proprietors with the martini.
Yeah, FaceTime us.
FaceTime. FaceTime
So
the
what
party.
is your favorite martini?
Gray Goose
Dirty
with
martini.
no
The free
dirty.
one.
Gray Goose, 3 olives up. That's it. No dirty.
Double
Yeah,
espresso.
the dirty
by the way.
gives you less alcohol, so I leave that out because I get a little bit more alcohol in it, not
More
dirty one.
drops.
Just
Yeah.
take the olives out.
You know, Mr. Chair, as you get older, that little bit more alcohol means a big difference.
Oh, I know.
For the viewing pleasure of the audience.
Yeah, I know.
No, well,
TMI.
that's good. It's good popcorn discussion for them.
Mhm.
Oh, it's perfect.
I think we should take a break now that Ethan's up here.
Bio break.
Remember when we used to do that?
Yeah.
Breaks for those.
It's nice we got permission to bring our dinner, so now that's good. I'll go with the tablet. Thank you.
Latest and
I don't
greatest.
think so. I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, Abby, you're here?
Yep.
Okay, oh gosh, Carrie, right. You've been silent too all this time. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Happy birthday.
Thanks a lot.
Happy birthday to you.
Good time.
Don't do anything you wouldn't have done last year.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
At least I thought that was funny.
No, it was very funny.
Happy birthday,
Who's up?
President.
Mr. Chairman.
McMorrow.
Ethan,
Yes.
would you like
New
to
house.
I was on this one.
It's a new house.
Which one is it?
Excellent presentation, Ethan.
Yes, short and to the point. Thank you.
There are a few others in the neighborhood that are of similar size. I think they were prefabs, and this one's just not.
Yes, I think I represented those.
Oh, okay. Well, then you.
I know it well.
The owners liked that they wanted something similar.
keep going, Ethan?
That's it.
Hey, so Ethan, it'd be helpful to see where the driveway is that comes into this house on here.
It's on the site plan.
It's on there.
Where?
It's existing.
Oh, up here.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any concerns with this. I
Thanks,
think it's
Val.
appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Stephen.
Yeah, given location, proximity to the road, the architectural design itself, I don't have any concerns.
Very good. Diane.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are we alternating between Jesse and Carrie or both?
That's up to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's start with Jesse.
I'm good with west elevation. Can we go to the next one? South elevation, check. I'm good with. Sorry, east. Yeah, this is no concern. So let's just look at the last elevation just to, yeah. Okay, thank you. No concerns.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. Could I see the front, I guess the south elevation? Or,
West is the front.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I was just, on one of those elevations, the roof looked a little odd. But I guess it's okay. All right, so what's the,
I have one more comment, Madam Chair.
yep, Stephen, go ahead.
So what do you think about a couple owls? Because your chimney is going to need to be 2 feet above the roof walk within, if it's within 10 feet, which it is.
It's a decoration.
Oh, it's a faux.
Oh, in this house, go to the floor plan real quick if you could. Yeah, it's a
It is.
decoration.
Nicely done.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. what's
Motion to
the-
approve is submitted.
I like that, Stephen. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Good job.
Hey, good to see you.
As John would say, John McLaughlin, better to be seen than viewed.
Mr. Maury left the room.
He was out in the lobby earlier.
Why would he?
I'll go look.
Was I on this one? This was. Oh, wow, okay, that's fast.
I know it was a quick one.
There's some CAD layer issues with this.
Val, you recused me this one? No, I didn't submit this. Oh, okay.
Fab had a lot to say about
Which one was this?
Let's see if the representative is here.
Didn't I just sign one? I did, it's right there on the bottom.
If we have to skip over it, do I hear a motion for representation?
It's like a big
Thanks,
sister.
Val,
I make the motion.
for representation.
I made a motion to hold yeah.
All right, on Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye. What?
on the motion for representation,
Aye.
Val.
Just say aye.
Aye.
Oh, okay, you sound
Say it
different.
again.
It's Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
I see.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'm going to bio break.
okay. Bill, are you up next?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Nice house. Would you like to present your project?
Sure. It's just a couple of window and changes and then adding a door. Let me see. The main portion of the house is from 1815, but the area where we're doing the changes, I believe, is like a 1980s edition. Can we go to? Yep. Oh, okay. Yep. So on the bottom photograph on the right is basically where we're scooting the windows around. Is that little one-story addition, which is back behind the house. And then on the middle elevation, there's 3 windows there, and I believe they get rearranged just a little bit to accommodate a bathroom on the inside. So I think if you scale, if you scroll to the next sheet, might have the elevations. Yes, so the top 2 are where the windows are getting changed. And then the ones below are the existing conditions.
Okay.
So we're removing one window and putting in a French door, a double French door. And the other window, actually, I believe, stays the same, but we're moving the condensing units over to the blank space of the wall.
Okay.
Because they'd be where the door is.
Right. Okay. Is that it, Bill?
That's it.
Okay. Would anybody like to go first?
Madam Chair, I do
Yes.
have, this is.
Sorry, Holly.
That's okay.
No, this is sort of, I'm detached here in video,
It's-
you know.
It's all good. So, as Bill had said, this is a contributing structure. NPT History actually has this in one of their books. It actually is a circa 1800 typical Nantucket located in the Wesco Acre lots, attributed to Solomon Swain. Just a little brief history. When Master Mariner James Goodwin bought the house for $2,000 in 1815, the deed of purchase states that the dwelling was built by Solomon Swain. Just wanted to put that in there in the record. HSAP took a look at the proposal on June 13th. They said that the window should remain on that west elevation. A blank wall would be inappropriate. I would agree with that. I just want to notate, Bill, thank you for indicating that that addition was done in the, I think you said 1980s.
Yes.
It would have been, and obviously it's an L odd, it's not on the main block of the typical Nantucket, but it would have been nice to have that information in the file or in the application that it was a contemporary addition. Because obviously with window or fenestration changes, we would want to see a window survey. Obviously it's not contemporary. So just if that could be something that you could put in the file, that would be great.
Okay.
Other than that, those are
Sure.
the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Val?
Sure, I'll go. I think this is a appropriate application. I understand the concern about that being a blank wall, but maybe they could grow something on there. I don't feel that strongly about it. It's a side piece of the house, although it is, I think, seen from Liberty Street. But it is very close to the house next door, so I don't have that much concern about it. With regard to the changes in the rear, I have no concern.
Okay, let's see. Carrie, would you like to weigh in on this or?
Sure, I feel the same as Val. I think all these changes are very minimal, and the fact that they're on the more contemporary structure is fine.
Okay, Diane?
I agree with them.
Okay, so,
Abby, Harry.
okay. My only concern is that old window, you said that this was a new addition, the old window, are you going to save that and put it somewhere? Or?
Are you talking about the window on the west?
Mhm. Yeah, no, not the west, where you're putting the French door, I guess is the east. Or?
Oh, again, that's on the 1980s edition.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right there. There were two windows on the south.
Yeah, the two windows was, so we're removing one from the 80s edition and then turning it into the French door.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so it's.
But we don't currently have any use, a reuse for it.
Okay. All right. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll try a motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve is submitted, and I will just add this. I walk by this house almost every day. There's a giant tree by that wing on the street, so I also think that mitigates the window going away.
Keep the tree.
That's my motion.
Okay, thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Diane. Carrie.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
To protect the tree.
Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
And I'm an aye.
And you're an aye. Thanks, Val.
Good. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Is James Dutress, is Jesse still there?
He is.
I am, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Were you on that?
I wasn't on the last one.
Okay,
no.
so how do we do that? There's only one person to sign. Okay.
Why were you on it?
I wasn't
Okay.
called. I don't think Abby realized you were on a bio break.
Yeah, so we only have 4 members on that one.
Oh, I announced it.
It's all right.
No, I'm fine with it.
It still flies.
Okay, so, Steve, I thought you were on a break.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so okay.
No, they only, I guess Jesse didn't get called. We were just,
There was only 4 on that last application, and there was
Oh, we could have had Jesse on it, sorry.
no
got
worries.
approved.
Okay, so who's 20 Orange Street?
Mirka. I'm Mirka. Hi, Abby.
Put that mic right up there.
Hey,
so we can-
Mirka,
Can you hear me?
yeah.
Louder.
Should I know,
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
I go, then it's too loud, so it's like,
That's the only way Terry can hear you.
I know, I need to, and
Yeah.
Diane and Abby. Anyhow, good evening.
So who is our board on
This
this?
is new business, it has not been heard
No,
yet.
no, I
Oh,
mean,
sorry.
with the alternates and the.
I think Jesse's up.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this is a small property on 20 Orange Street, which we are just putting together. There is no change from the street. You can see some, if you don't mind, to maybe zoom in into the photos on the bottom left corner. There are no changes to the front. Just wanna note it's a big patio. It's almost pre-existing there. So the only changes would be happening in the back. As you can see, there is a white picket, like a board fence, half, what is it, maybe like 1.5 over 4.5, white board fence, which we would like to change for the full board, natural to weather, just, it's a more like a privacy issue. It's a shared fence with the neighbors. We did share the fence with the neighbors, I believe so, and no feedback, comments came back, so, and if they, if they would prefer, it can always be paint on one side. But our side, we would like to keep it just more natural and quiet. So that's the one part of just replacing of these existing fences to the natural full 6 feet full board. And then in addition to that, we are replacing, there used to be existing patio in the back of the house, which we would like to do the bluestone. There's an existing little retaining, small little food retaining already pre-existing, so that's all stay as it is. Also on the top, this property has this huge blob. If you don't mind to go to the site plan now. So just quickly, just recap. Okay, so the pool, the patio is where is the pergola. So that's directly behind the house, not visible from anywhere. It's the same square footage, everything with those pre-existing brick. We just changed the material. Then the fences are along the right property line, again in a back. It's between the neighbors. The one thing what I would like to add to the landscape is the little trellis. It's on the right between, as you can see illustrated, AC units. It's a bluff of it's the bluff. So it's a really big drop and it just seems too steep. So we would like to just use a little bit short, 3 feet, not even 3 feet, 30 inches height cedar like trellis on the top of the bank. So we can grow some little bit, climbers have a little backdrop to the garden. And also just not to be sure there's some little pre-existing retaining PT wall, just practically just from the safety, just put it there. And again, this would not be visible from anywhere. And again, natural to weather.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think Shab have
Yeah, go ahead, Holly.
they reviewed it yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, and I'm going to stress this, sorry, America, I'm going to use you as an example, but I do think it's very important that, especially within the old historic district, that agents indicate the age of the structures that the hardscaping and landscaping is associated with, and I think it's very helpful. So I'm just going to mention that.
Thank you.
No problem.
I will do that.
But for the record, this is a circa 1800 typical Nantucket, and it was built for John Beard. HSAP actually had no concerns on this application. From staff's perspective, although it does not seem to be visible from any public way, the proposed bluestone and fence details seem to be a little too modern for this typical Nantucket. And I would say not appropriate, although I understand the issue or the wanting to mask the AC units. Obviously that's very helpful, even though they're not visible from a public way, but obviously visible from neighbor. I do appreciate that they are natural to weather, but having the 5-in-1 fence, again, it seems to be very modern and a lot of hardscape, maybe something a little softer. But those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody want to go first?
Can I go and ask a question?
Absolutely, Diane.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
What is that? What is that trellis fence details? That second picture down from the bluestone.
Thank you, Diane. I wanted to clarify. So the first fence, which is on the top, that's exactly directly between the neighbors. The second one would be, yeah, that's the one. So it's directly between the neighbors. The shorter one is the one on top of the wall along the AC units, exactly on the top of the, yeah, right there. And that is just 30 inches. I refer to 30 inches high. So it's really just a short little backbone to it.
And it's not visible?
No, it will not be visible.
Because I don't think,
maybe just
I don't think it's what you'd expect around that house. So, okay, well, that's what I was concerned about. And you have to break up that bluestone patio a little bit so it's a little more conducive to the 1800s. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Val.
I'm not sure. I know we can't see it. I'm just not sure about all of the fencing with regard to what's next door, and if it's the white 4-foot with the slats, is it too incongruent? So is it backed up to that fence? I'm not quite sure where in these photos it's proposed.
So if
yeah, it's hard to see.
I can walk you through. So exactly, so that's the corner. The picture number 2 is the existing fence, which is between the existing house and like a shed or the little shed house, which is right along the property line. So that's the first portion of the shed, of the fence, which is again directly on the property line. And then if you look at the picture number 3, that's the back, that's the other side, which goes from the little building in the back towards the ocean or harbor sound. So again, if you look at the site plan, I can, maybe Adrian can help me to point out. So again, from the corner of the existing house, that little L shape, Adrian, if you don't mind, so exactly, so L shape, that would be, can you show the pointer there, please? Yeah, exactly. So that little L shape, that's the first portion of the fence to be replaced. Again, it's directly on the property line. And then the second part of the fence would be if you go past north up to the page. Yeah, exactly. So there is another on the property line, another, not that line, on the property line, please, on the right side, all the way on the right, perfect. So that's where's the another fence. Exactly. So that fence goes, there's the existing fence. That's the one which we would like to, just from the privacy, because it's outdoor shower there, which was again existing, just from the privacy reason, the neighbor would like to just have a full board fence there. That little trellis, which is referred right in that little alley, it's just offsetting and creating a little bit of the interest, so we can have some, again, some fun plants growing on it and softening the visual, like the little aspect of the garden. That would be right kind of parallel to the fence, which is a little bit shorter, and it just as a little structure in the garden, a bit more attractive. Again, not visible from anywhere.
Val, does that answer your question?
I think I'm just obtuse, that's all. But I'm not in favor of a solid 6-foot board fence.
Okay.
If it's gonna back up to that fence, I think that's gonna look weird, whether we can see it or not.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
next to number 4, right here. Having
so they'd be-
this back up to that.
I thought it was replacing that.
They're replacing it. It's, the fence is falling apart. It's a joint fence.
And it's not gonna be two different styles. there.
No,
Yeah.
it's just one fence. I wanna get rid of the white one, replace with the full board.
Is the board painted or natural?
Not, we would prefer natural to weather, but if board prefers to keep it all white, that can be, of course,
Right.
considered.
I'll go, Madam Chair, if Val's done.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, Mirka, in your drawing and plan, you're referencing the photos, but you're referencing existing. And in one instance, you were talking about a 6-foot-high, full board cedar, natural to weather to replace the 5 with 1.5 or.
That's correct, thank you.
Okay. So that will effectively block the view of the 5-foot-high cedar trellis, natural to weather lattice fence, trellis fence that you're proposing to the left of the stone path, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the rear of the property, viewable from, is this viewable from Union Street?
No.
Absolutely, God's honor, swear.
Yeah, because there's a very tall.
Triple, double swear.
Triple
Okay.
pinky.
Triple pinky. I knew there was something in there. The 30-foot height cedar
30
trellis.
inches, not feet.
Sorry, 30 inches height cedar trellis. Other than the height matches the 5-foot height cedar trellis.
Yeah.
Okay. So in summary, you're putting a fence to replace a fence that's going to be solid board versus not, but it's a privacy fence between two neighbors. It will hide the neighbor seeing the atypical 5-foot fence, and the 30-inch fence is not visible from anywhere.
Correct.
Okay, I don't have a problem with any of it. Thank you.
Okay, good. And Jesse, did you opine on this?
Yes, I did. Just, are there any elevation changes on this?
No,
No.
this is all existing landscape.
So
we are
the
just putting
AC
together.
units are not at a higher level, it just looks like that little trim border is not a retaining wall, or?
No, it's just a little, yeah, it's just a little granite in the grading, yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, I would agree with Holly about the, I don't mind bluestone in downtown historic areas, but the running bond with the consistent monochromatic color and the horizontal lattice straps, going on the fence are pretty modern for an historic area, but you can't see it. So I'm not concerned from that from that purview, but it would be nice to see some random pattern, better textures in the stone and color, and a vertical fence to keep up with the historic building.
Right, okay. Well, thank you, Jesse. Do I hear a motion then to minor changes?
I
don't think there are any changes.
No, I would.
I make a motion to hold for minor.
Well, Jesse,
I was about to make a motion, but
oh yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought you were
Sorry.
going.
But now Diane did, so.
Yeah, well, Diane, can you hold off on making that motion? Because I think Jesse was about to do one. Go ahead, Jesse.
motion to approve as submitted.
Sure.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the stones and all that.
Well, I mean, it's not, I can't see it, so I wish, it's not in my purview.
Okay, so on Jesse's motion, Diane,
Can we have discussion? Madam Chair, can we have discussion on the motion?
No.
Sorry, I missed things.
okay, Diane's a no. Sorry, Stephen, we're in the middle of this motion.
Yeah, I understand, but Robert's rules allows for discussion on a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't understand. I think it's important to point out that Jesse is correct. You can't see it. I think the only other distinguishment worthy of note is that it doesn't affect the character and setting in another way. So I just want to be clear with respect to, there are some things we can't see, but they can affect character and setting because of either what the results that they create with topography, other architectural elements, or other important considerations in the historic district. So I'm just pointing that out. I'm an aye on the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Val?
I am also an aye now that I understand the fence situation.
Okay, good.
I was confused that there was going to be one next to another and anyway.
Right, okay. No, it is a bit confusing, America, but I'm an aye as well. So that passes. Thank you, America. What? I didn't hear that.
I just thanks Stephen for translating for me. It's just been a long day for me.
No, you were fine. 90% everything's communication, right?
Thanks, America.
I'm normally horrible at it.
Yeah.
All right. Is Bruce Bisbano here?
He's on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay. Bruce?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Would you like to present your project?
Sure, this is, we're going to take Main Street first, okay. So we were here a few months ago and we made some revisions based on the comments that we received. Basically what we've done is maintain the existing light fixtures that are on the two front corners of the building. Those are labeled YK1. We have replaced the canopy fixture under the front entrance. It's B01. That is an LED fixture. It's very sleek, fits up underneath the canopy so you don't see it. And then the remaining fixtures that are shown, UU1 through UU4, are all new wall-mounted fixtures. And those all of the light fixtures can be 4,000 Kelvin light temperature. We can do 3,000 on everything except the fixture just over the front entrance that is only available in 4,000 Kelvin. And the cut sheets were provided. I don't know if you've seen those. The fixtures basically match some of the existing fixtures, like the one on the side street. They're a lantern style, 4-sided fixture, much more in keeping with what's in the area versus what was originally proposed by the lighting consultant.
Okay, can we scroll down and see those?
And Madam Chair, I do have comments.
Oh, this is the old thing.
Okay, Holly, could you give us your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, for the record, there may have been a little bit of confusion when this application was resubmitted because, again, he referenced that this was reviewed by the commission months ago. So technically, this is old business, but it was resubmitted as new business, so it was a little confusion. So Terry, for the record, I have no idea who the sitting board was at the time, but again, it's before the commission as new business. So with that said, everyone is aware that this is the Pacific National Bank, federal style brownstone, from circa 1818. And HSAB did review this on June 27th, yesterday. They had some comments. This looks like an extraordinary amount of lighting in an area where there was previously just one small lamp. This should be viewed at night to see if there's an actual need for additional lighting. New lamps are proposed to be mounted on a decorative arm, but no description or detail for the arm is provided and no height on the wall was indicated. New fixtures at the front door would not be appropriate. The proposed wall-mounted fixtures are too many and too large. They will compete with the existing bracketed fixtures at the corners. Too much lighting in this location would dramatically alter the feel of this location and the overall appearance of this iconic building. This is also be countered to our dark skies initiatives. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB that we need more detail on the proposed wall-mounted light fixtures. Looks like there'll be 8 in total with this decorative arm. The LED obviously should be dark skies compliant, and I would also make a comment that if the commission is so inclined to make an approval, whether it's tonight or in the future, that the Kelvins that are proposed for the LED lights should be consistent with the town's initiatives. Just a sidebar, the town is actually going through a process of looking at the town-owned decorative lights that are downtown. And of course, again, we are a National Historic Landmark in a local district, and that ambiance is very important. Obviously, I don't need to remind this commission that, but those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, what are the thoughts of the board? Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
I'll go.
Okay,
I would.
okay, go ahead, Diane.
I think this should be, first of all, the Pacific National Bank has been closed. So what all the lights are for, I don't know, and didn't know. The 2 lights that are on either side of the front door are appropriate and should remain. The one that's on the side going up Liberty Street should remain. Liberty Street is a quiet residential street, and it does not need to be lit up. We're fighting hard to keep our dark skies, which is very hard to do, and adding this amount of lighting to a building which is in temporary use at the moment is not appropriate. We should see what's going to be there, as Shab remarked, that it should be visited at night to see what is necessary and to see what it does to Liberty Street. But so at the moment, I would be against adding any other lights until they were viewed, but keeping the 2 old lights that exist at the front door, which are our old ones and appropriate to the house building. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, can just get a clarification? Diane, are you suggesting that they mount some type of light for us to view? I didn't quite understand, I'm sorry.
What I was saying, that we should take a view, as Shab suggested, with the lights where they are going to be on the building, so we can see whether they're necessary and how much light they all provide, whether it's 300 or 400 or whatever he was talking about. There is 1 light that is now on the side building, and the 2 lights that are at the front door. And that's what we've had for years and years. And I don't feel that we need any more. So I was calling for a view so we could see.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Steve.
So I think my concerns are as follows. 1, I'd like to review the minutes. This should be included. This is old business. We have an established board. I understand from memory, I recall this application that I spoke on it.
Excuse me, Stephen, could you get closer to the mic? You're hard to understand.
Sorry, I just turned it on. How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
It's way better.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for pointing that out, Terry. So my concerns, I'll just quickly reiterate. This is old business. We should know the established board. We should have the minutes. And with respect to Diane's comments, I don't necessarily disagree, although I'm not sure the practicality of seeing them. I would suggest a view where there is some type of a reflective element, like a round, 10-inch circle of aluminum or something put up temporarily to indicate the location of the proposed lighting. I would like much clearer detail, including architectural half-inch scale drawings, 1/2 inch equals a foot, for any of the proposed fixtures, and a better key system to show, like, for instance, I'm looking at the proposed fixtures. I'm seeing a wall mounted using a decorative arm, which I understand. I'm seeing a picture. I don't have a sense of scale. I don't have a sense of detail without an architectural drawing. Immediately below it, I see, can we go to the sheet with the, one more? Oh, that's good. That's there. Okay, keep going. To the, yeah, the next one. Nope, next one. The other next one. There you go. On the right-hand side, I'm confused by, it says proposed fixtures. It shows us one fixture. Then the next row down, fixture being replaced. And then am I to take, through you, Madam Chair, to Bruce, that the undermount that is indicated with a green light shown in white, but is hard to see, is meant to be the replacement fixture?
That's just the replacement fixture for the light over the front door under the entrance.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
I do now see the scale drawings from the manufacturer. To the extent that I don't think that particular fixture is appropriate. Much of what tends to have more historic connotation are the old gas lights. If you look them up, it's like the Cincinnati, Maryland, Nantucket gas light form. And this is more of a, broke metal type fixture. It's very simple. Whereas if you're looking at the imagery, not to say that it looks anything exactly or near like it, but more appropriate is the fixture, the existing fixture on the left, the light itself. If you look at that closer up, it has a little bit more detail, and I think that that's more appropriate. So Bruce, I'm sorry if we're kind of all over the place on this, but for me, I think I'd summarize by, yes, viewing these with some type of an indication on the building. 2, getting us the minutes. We can do our own homework on who the board is. And 3, the wall-mounted units, I think, need to be more historically correct. And I'll leave it at that.
Very good. Thank you, Stephen. Val?
I have nothing to add. I think Steve made it clear. They're leaving existing fixtures on the corners, right? No replacement. Just more clear information. And I don't understand anything about the lumens or the whatever those numbers are.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you, Val. Carrie?
I agree with Stephen, but I'm not against adding lighting to this building. If some of the stuff that's there can be replaced and gotten rid of, like some of those white boxes, I appreciate getting rid of that, the light in the right-hand corner of this photo. I don't think the style is correct simply because what they're choosing is more of a street lantern that would be adapted to be a wall lantern. So I think trying to get something a little more in keeping with what is there. But if it could be a trade-off to get rid of some of the, retrofitted white boxes, which I don't know what they are, would be good. And I am concerned about the LED and the quality of light. I know, Bruce, you talked a little bit about it, but it would be nice to see what kind of light these things would project. Is it going to be white LED light, or is it going to be the warm yellow light that we're used to?
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's what,
right.
that's what I wanted to make comment on.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I make a statement or comment as a member of the public?
Carrie, are you finished?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Jesse.
so yeah, that, I mean, I was concerned about the LED type. I know from landscape lighting, you know, a lot of times, especially when LEDs first came out, they were very icy blue. But I know that, you know, technology has since come a long way, and there is some type, as Holly was saying, there's some type of initiative, and so there's certain bulbs that you get which would make the lights a lot warmer and more traditional, more antique, and I think that's extremely important that we don't see some, you know, really white type lights on these on this building. And then just Bruce, a quick question. You know, the added lights, are they, why are you adding them? Is it some,
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't state that in the beginning. I had stated it in the prior hearing. So this is a safety initiative basically for Bank of America across the portfolio. And it's something that was initiated because of their fiduciary responsibilities. They're supposed to provide a certain level of safety and security for people at ATMs and bank entrances. And they have set their own requirement of 2-foot candles of light within a 50-foot radius of entrances and night deposits and walk-up ATMs. So that's the reason for the lighting, to try to get to that 2-foot candles of light at 50-foot radius.
And that's Bank of America's policy.
So that's Bank of America's standard that they created based on their federal requirements for a bank meeting security. They've created their own guideline, their own standard that they believe would satisfy that. It's not actually a mandated foot candle by the federal government. They don't provide a specific number.
Oh.
Okay.
Can I
you.
ask that, Abby, can I ask Bruce a question when?
Okay, let me just make sure.
Everybody's
Jesse, are
through?
you finished?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
I wanted to know where on the present Pacific National Bank building is an ATM
So there is an ATM on the
that
interior.
needs
So that
to
would
be guarded.
well, that would be covered by the building entrance. So
Right.
the entrance basically is covered, but on the side of the building, there's a
Right,
night deposit. There's an active night deposit.
I understand that it's been there for
Mhm.
100 years since it was a bank, but there is no ATM. They have to go into the bank. The bank is not open after 3 o'clock without special appointment. And it's not like a bank in the middle of a mall on the mainland. It's a bank that been closed because they don't have enough people to service it. So I think that we need to look at it and see what their demands are, what our demands as having it one of the main buildings in the old historic district of downtown, and what it does to the street going up Liberty Street. I think those are three important things. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So for me personally, I need a more keyed in system, as Stephen mentioned, like the elevation saying this is A and this is in a picture of that, and then what kind of fixture you're proposing there, and then along Liberty Street, what is the street that goes on the right-hand side of the building?
Liberty Street.
Liberty. So, and then
Liberty.
Yeah, I'd like to see, large, something we can just look at and see, okay, that goes there and that goes there. So it's a bit confusing. So
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair.
I'd like that very much. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you. One thing beforehand, I wanted to underscore Carrie's comment. I think utilizing a street lamp fixture as a wall-mounted fixture is inappropriate. The motion is to present with minutes from the previous meeting, 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch scale drawings showing or approximate showing the same of each location.
Yeah.
So let me back up. 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch drawings or an illustration of approximately the same scale to show what's proposed, specifically where, keyed to a plan. In addition, for this application and the following, it will have a color spectrum chart so we can see what the standard incandescent is. They get this on the internet, that shows the light spectrum and labels what's proposed for each fixture so that that's also keyed and indexed.
Yeah, I like that.
And HSAB. Thanks.
And HSAB. Yeah, I like that a lot because I can't really relate just looking at little tiny pictures. And anyway, that's a great motion. So on Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
And it is, he did ask for it to go back to house cab, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Oh, come on. It's really good for you. It's apples and chocolate.
Are we doing the bank out of town now?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just wanted to say thank you, Ez, for providing the minutes for us on the fly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Bruce, are you still with us?
I am.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So do you want to try to have the same board?
Well,
I mean, except for McLaughlin.
So, Madam Chair, there's an established board, if I may read it off to you, if you can't see it on the screen.
Okay.
It's Thornwell. Can we go back to that? No, that's okay. I didn't memorize it quickly. Thornwell, Welch, and Coombs.
Okay.
And, yeah, it's up.
Well, Diane, why don't you, can you,
Yep.
chair this because I'm not on it.
Yeah, I'll share it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Bruce, what do you want to say about this building up at 15 Sparks?
You may.
Sure. So I believe the comments were that the proposed light poles from the lighting consultant were too tall. There were changes made as a result of that. On the screen on the right, there's a floor plan, site plan that shows that they're no longer proposing changing any of the lighting along Sparks Ave. Those are all existing to remain in orange. They are replacing anything that you see in green is a replacement fixture. All of those lights can be 3000 Kelvin. So the temperature of the bulb, the higher the Kelvin number, the whiter it gets. So 3000 Kelvin is about the equivalent of an incandescent light bulb. So we can do that for all fixtures. The only one that can't be done for is the ones in blue, and we could try to find an alternate fixture to do that. So basically, these are anything under the canopy where you see B01 and B02, those are under the canopy. So they're complete downlights. Obviously, the lighting is cut off because of the structure. And then the new lights that are pole lighting would be around the perimeter. You see UU2 in green. There's one at the top left, one at the bottom left. So those fixtures are basically, if you go to the chart, that is a replacement at the existing height. So they're replacing the light fixture, but at the height of the existing pole.
Okay,
And
the
those
other
fixtures
thing,
are shown.
over on the main building, on the left-hand side, there's a bunch of green, the DV
Yes.
one. Are those interior or exterior?
So the DV1, those are 3 exterior fixtures. They're in there's a covered entrance area that was remodeled a few years ago. So those are under that canopy. And then the other fixtures, the DW1, and those are interior, those 4 fixtures. Those are in the vestibule.
So those get shut down when the place is closed, right?
Well, if the ATM is 24-hour access, then it would be open.
Okay.
If this facility shuts down, then they would be off.
And do we have a height of those DV1s?
So those are under the canopy. So that's the existing canopy is approximately 8 feet high.
They're in the ceiling.
Okay,
in the
those
ceiling.
are typical then. And at least on my page, the purple, I have a little blue and then I have those purple. What are the size of the purple ones?
So those are also canopy lights. Those are underneath mounted. They're labeled B02. Yes.
I don't know, it keeps going. They are TR1s. They're all TR1s. How tall are they?
So I can't see the legend. I'm going to try to pull up on my screen just so I can see it on the side.
I think those have been removed.
Yeah, I think that's the other sheet. Let me just get back to that.
The outside ones along.
Yeah, those don't exist anymore. Those have been removed.
Those and the ones with big crosses on them have been removed also, right?
Yes.
That one and the other one.
Yes.
The ones
Yes.
along that far wall are also removed. Those are gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me turn it over to Steve and we'll see what he has to say. Okay, Steve?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, so I actually have fewer concerns with this application. The one comment that tracks the prior application is at the back of the building. Is this existing wall-mounted fixtures being replaced? I understand that's not an issue. However, what's proposed to replace them is basically a streetlight lamp fixture, which is proposed to be used in other locations around the site. And I don't think that's appropriate. So other than that change, my only other comment would be that the new post, obviously be a nice black metal post, not something that, would be like pressure treated wood or anything else you wouldn't expect to see there. And the color would be in the 3000 Kelvin range, as opposed to a 2000 or 4000 lower or higher. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, who's the other person on?
It's me, Diane Carey.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
Let me hear what you have to say.
I agree with Stephen. I wonder why the change in style of the ones that are on the building.
Right.
Just to stay simple, because I think in that case it shouldn't. I think we should try to stick with the sort of square box lantern similar to what's on the building. But other than that, I don't have a problem with this. These are fine for standing fixtures.
Okay, do either of you want to see, as came up on my iPad, the notes from our last meeting? Do you want to see them, or we will go on with what we got? There they are.
No, I think they accommodated it. The original fixtures they showed us were very modern and very inappropriate. And I think they've come up with ones that are much better for this location.
Okay.
The only The only comment I would have, Madam Chair, is the undermount lights for the ATMs. I do think that those, maybe not all of them, but most of them could be motion activated. So that area just isn't lit up all the time.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And because there's 3 of them in that front room, and which don't have any ATMs in it. The ATMs are in the next one over. And there's 3 of them, and I don't know what an AHD is. The ATM 1 and ATM 2, I understand. But the third thing is an AHD. Does anybody know what that is?
Yeah, that's the night depository.
Okay. So anyway.
I'll motion if you'd like, Madam Chair.
Yes, I would.
Okay, great. So a motion will be to minor revisions to include a proposal for motion activated lighting of the undermounts, replacement fixtures for the wall mounts that are compatible with the proposed street lamps, and the prior mentioned image showing the color spectrum of the proposed light relative to a couple on either side of the index.
And would you like to see it come back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Carrie.
I'm an I, but I think Stephen said something about the wall mounted fixtures being compatible with the post fixtures, and I think they want to be compatible with what's existing. If you look
Yes.
on the photo that's right here, I think we should go with one that's more of the existing rather than this post lantern, because I do think
Right.
If I may clarify.
that, yeah.
So, yeah, Carrie, I'm not suggesting that it be compatible with the overall aesthetic. So typically these manufacturers will have a wall mount that is a slightly different. So it will be rectangular versus sloped like the street lamp, but it will have a
Right.
similar design.
Got it. Yep. Similar
That's all I was
materials.
suggesting.
Yeah.
Something a little more compatible.
Yep. Thanks.
But the primary message is that it be a wall mount type fixture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
I'm an
carry
I.
on. And I'm an I, and you're an I, Steve.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bruce, very much. We'll see you back soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Okay,
Diane.
Abby.
Thank you, Diane. Okay.
When did we review that last?
15 Sparks, 22 Starbuck. Dan Schiff?
Yes.
He's here, Madam Chair.
Oh, great.
I can't sit on this. This was Luke's client.
Okay. Jesse, you can come on.
I'm here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Matt
Jesse.
had some words about it too.
And in hindsight, I should have let Luke do this. I've never done this, and I thought it was a simple matter. But we're just trying to.
Thank you for your pictures you went out and took. That was good.
Sure. So we'd like to paint the chimney white. Forgot to put that in the original proposal. In the pictures you could see that are up there now, you can't see the chimney from the street at all. And there's one just like that on the lower deck. There's a picture that I included that shows from the street which you could actually see. So if you see that, that's all you'll see from the street. So that'll be white. And quite a few of the houses in the neighborhood have white chimneys that you could see really going from the ground. You could see that from my deck, but not from the street. But I included some pictures that you could see many chimneys in our street where white chimneys are in existence.
Must be a Nantucket thing.
Excellent. Thank you. Anybody feel one way or the other about this?
Is there any MAB Are there any MAB comments?
Yeah, the map is
Yes.
something.
Oh, good. What do they say, Holly?
All right, I hot off the press. I was received these. MAB took a look at this yesterday, actually. This is a non-contributing structure. Let's see. There was discussion about whether the white chimneys were common in the Tristram's area. After discussion, it was found that there were multiple other white chimneys that were far more visible than the chimneys on this structure. The white chimneys on this structure were to the rear and only partially visible. The owner presented pictures of others on Starbuck, including directly across the street, that were painted white. Owner was asked to submit pictures with addresses into the HDC file for consideration. 3 members expressed no concern, and 1 was still concerned about context. So those are their comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly.
I'll go.
Oh, thanks, Val.
I have no concerns.
Stephen.
I'll go.
Oh,
I agree
sorry.
with Val.
Okay, and Diane?
There's no concerns. You can't see it from nowhere.
And Jesse?
Yeah, I just got a quick question. A lot of the pictures, it looks like they're parged, and then painted. Are you planning on parging and painting, or are you just going to paint the brick?
I think a lot of those are just stucco or like cinder block, and
Right.
ours is a brick, so we were just going to paint it.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Yeah, I have no concerns.
Make
Motion.
motion to approve.
Oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna just quickly say that I was wondering if you were going to do a black top like the Tories, you know, the statement about being a Tory with the black top. Are you doing a black top?
We weren't planning on it.
It was just going to be all white.
Looks good. Yeah.
That's what they are in the pictures that he took.
Sometimes they on the older buildings, you know, all over they have a black top, meaning you were a Tory.
Yeah, yeah, but his building isn't Tory age.
No, I know, but it's just I saw what brought me to mind was that some of them see like that do have the black.
Yeah, I'm flipping through the pictures. Some of them do. A bunch of them do, actually. I didn't notice that detail. We weren't planning on
I
that.
think it's a really nice detail, and it sort of ends it like on this example right here on 12 Columbus. It just shoots up white into the sky, and it kind of gives it a nice, for a white chimney, it kind of gives it a nice finish.
I think we have a motion, though.
Okay, so who made that motion?
Diane.
But I hadn't, okay, all right, on Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Jesse
Aye.
and Stephen,
I like the British, but I don't support them. I'm an aye.
you're an aye. Okay, and Diane.
Aye.
Okay, and I am going to abstain, but it passes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Why do you abstain? Just do. Sorry.
What are you saying? I can't hear you.
Madam Chair, I was just making a comment that really and truly, if you don't like the motion, just vote no versus abstention.
Right, okay, well, I'll say no. Okay, so, that's it, but thank you, and you did pass, so.
Oh my God. I'm gonna float away on papaya tonight.
Okay, 12 Pond. Is Joe
Well-
Topham here?
Yes. Yes.
Great.
Welcome to the HDC, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Please start.
So, roll. All right. So this is a 1980 built house by Rory Parrott. It's on the corner of Pond and Meadowview Drive. So what we want to do is come down the page as you're looking at it now. The one thing I want to, don't move yet.
So that little red highlighted area, that's within the 50-foot no build zone. So that portion of that connector will not have a foundation. So I just want to let you guys know. But what we will do is screen it with lattice. But on the street side, there will be a covered porch. So I don't think you really see through there. And then the rest of the mass is living, dining room, and then the second floor would be a bedroom. That view from Meadowview Drive is under 23 feet, and then the grade slopes off, and so the back will be, I think, like 24.6. So that is, oh, and then we're just going to make the existing deck a little bit longer so that you can get out of that connector. And that's it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. And I don't think this is in a historic district. Would anybody like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay,
Thanks, Joe. You made this easy for us. I believe it's wholly appropriate in every regard, in particular the fenestration. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Stephen. Val?
I agree with Steve. The only concern I would have is the rear elevation southeast, having a dormer that's cattywampus with just windows on one side, but that's it. I don't know how visible that is.
Okay.
In the existing mass?
No, right there.
Yeah, that's the existing window. And then to the right is a bathroom. In the existing mass, we were going to replace with new windows. So
Okay, it's existing, it's not.
yeah,
Okay.
I didn't do the cattywampus. Sorry.
I learned that word.
Not use the word.
Thank you, Val. Let's see, Diane.
Joe, what created that problem on the roof where it's in red? What in heaven's name is that?
Oh, on the site plan?
Yeah.
That is more for the Concom, but it is within the 50-foot no build zone. So I wanted to make it really visible for the Concom to know that I would be in that area. I did go before them. I had the structure a little bit longer, so the larger addition was within the 50-foot setback, and they said no. So one concession I made was to make the breezeway not have a foundation. What that will allow is any water to be able to go from the front yard and feed the wetland to the back. That's
yeah. I just wondered what it was doing in the middle of the building.
It was more for Concom. Sorry for the confusion.
Well, I have no problem with what you got. Thank you.
Okay, see, Carrie, were you on the last one? I said Jesse this time, or where are we?
No, I was not on it. That was the chimney of one of Luke's buildings, so.
Okay, could you,
Yeah, no, I agree with the others. I think this is a good solution to creating double the size of house.
okay. Do you, thank you, Carrie.
Uh-huh.
Joe, do you have existing elevations?
Yeah, they may not be in the reductions, but they are in the large scale drawings that I provided.
There they are.
Oh, there you go. Is that it? No. There should be photos. We want to go back through the packet.
Oh, that's a pretty picture.
There you go.
Nice.
It's a little top heavy.
Yeah, that is a good solution. And
Big
on
improvement.
the drawing it shows some landscaping. Could we go back to the site plan? We're just doing the architecture now, correct?
Correct. So the garage studio will be coming back later, and we're just gonna, there's an existing tree in the front, so we're looking at having that picked up and moved closer to the arch or the radius towards the street. And then they were just gonna add some privet, possibly.
Right, will you have a landscape?
Yeah, this is more for Concom, so I'm sorry, this site
Okay, so this
I
is
will
just.
come back.
Okay, all right, so what's the,
Motion to approve.
okay, on Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Joe.
Don't cut down the tree.
He loves that tree.
Good.
Out of town tree.
It's an out-of-town tree.
Right.
Who else was on this? Was that one, this one? Were you on this?
This last one, no.
Okay, Carrie.
Well,
Is Jay with us? Jay Maroney,
I do not see Jay.
29 on Rhode Island.
do I have a motion to hold 29 Rhode Island?
Motion to hold numbers 9 and 10, 29 Rhode Island for a presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Val on Stephen.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I am an aye. Okay.
Madam Chair, Brooke is here in the audience.
Brooke Bergen.
Wake up, Brooke.
Carrie, you got this one. I'm gonna go back.
Okay.
Good evening, Brooke. Welcome to the HDC.
Good evening, Stephen. It's good to be here.
Would you like him to start, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is 250 Nantucket Road. It's an existing ranch. It was built, I think, probably in the 1960s. We're doing an addition that goes off to the, I want to say northwest, and you know, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And I'll just wait to hear your concerns. Hopefully none.
Thanks, Brooke. Anybody, so wait, let me
Madam
see.
Chair.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Holly.
Nantucket Advisory took a look at this yesterday. They do have some concerns. And I did want to mention it for the record, there is an HDC survey from our 1989 survey effort that the town did. There is no date on it. It does indicate it's a ranch style. So I would probably concur with Brooke on that. But Nantucket had said there was a discussion about the massing versus the remaining portion of the existing ranch from 1967. So there you go. There was concern about the lack of fenestration on the new addition facing Nantucket Road. Make the deck facing Nantucket Road shingled. Gable front porch on the ranch should be removed or the porch changed to a simple shed roof. It is too heavy for that section and competed with the new addition. It was acknowledged that it was not uncommon in Nantucket and in general when trying to add onto a ranch for more living space. So the concept of adding a story and a half to this structure had no concern. It was the massing complicated roof planes that were of concern. Simplification of the roof planes, such as running the ridge the same direction as the ranch, would be helpful. Dormers on the northeast side of the addition appeared to be too heavy for that small roof plane. Midlines of the windows at various points need to be adjusted versus the freeze boards. Garage doors on that elevation were oddly placed, though there is a garage on that side of the existing structure presently. There were no concerns with the rear or the northwest elevations. Members asked to see the matter referred back to MAB once revisions are made by vote of HDC if the commission so inclined. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody want to go first?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I agree with the little gable over the front door. I think just a simple shed sort of porch will tie in better with the addition. it'd be even nice if it sort of accreted over to it and tied it in with the shed.
Kind of like a wrapping.
Yeah, I think then it will look more cohesive.
Yeah,
Um,
tie it to the,
I agree with shingling the deck, and other than that, I have no concerns. Was this Chris Whitty's house?
yes, it's
It was
currently.
Byron Coffin's house.
Sorry, Byron,
Okay.
it was Byron Coffins, and now it's Nick Johnson's.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Well, thank you. Stephen?
I agree with Val. The only thing I would add is another element that might tie that in is if it's a shed, is a small eyebrow dormer on the northwest elevation of the existing ranch. But just as a matter of tying in kind of the vocabulary, I don't think it's absolutely necessary. It's not a,
Okay.
it's appropriate with some minor changes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I agree with what Val said. It's very simple. Take that over the front door out, and that would and shingle the deck, and that would be fine.
Okay. Jesse?
I think it's me. He was going to take a break.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Carrie?
Well, I have nothing to add to the other comments, so I'm good.
Okay. So I would like to see, I like the addition, but I'd like the old part to relate more to the new addition. And I don't know how to do it off the top of my head, but I think you're going in the right direction. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Make for a small revision.
Yeah, okay. On Diane's motion to hold for some minor revisions.
Can we do this through staff? Nancy?
That was going to be my question, because I think it's pretty straightforward. I will try.
Through staff.
Sorry?
I would do it through staff.
Yeah.
What are the changes?
So
I would
if
make
I
that
was
motion to include through.
Okay, so
I think Val has the floor.
I don't know, did I?
Yeah, you were speaking, you got interrupted.
okay, so go ahead, Val. I can't hear two people at once. It's really confusing. Go ahead, Val.
I was simply going to make a motion that said, motion to approve through staff with the railing on the second floor deck to be shingled in as HSAB, as Mab suggested, and to turn the porch on the existing structure into a shed that would tie into the shed addition on the new portion.
Okay, so you wouldn't have that pediment over with the sort of vertical board, whatever.
Right, so if you imagine, Abby, taking the roof that the little new deck is on and just bringing it over in front of the front door and turning it in, that portion into a porch.
Mhm. Okay, on Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a sweet little house.
Is Matt here? Oh,
Madam Chair, we've been asked by Matt to hold for Thursday for number 12.
Okay, do I hear that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thanks, Val. On Val's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
He's not here.
Aye, I'm an aye, Carrie.
is he not coming back tonight?
Oh, he's here.
He is.
Oh, okay. All right, so Carrie
Aye.
and I and Val on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't see the applicant for this application. It's Joy Street.
Motion to hold 6 Joy Street for representation.
Okay, Stephen, Val on the motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye, sorry. Aye.
Yeah, and Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Yeah, pretty close.
Okay, whoops.
Oh, hung up on the.
So how about
Thank you,
Abba? No. Motion to hold 6 topping lift number 14
Okay.
for representation.
Okay, on Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Can we see who's in the queue?
I'm here.
Oh, Miss Valerie. Go ahead, Val, when you're ready.
Okay. This is
Hello?
This is a mixed-use building for 31 Old South Road in front of the 2 duplexes that were built for Island Energy or Harbor Fuels housing. An empty lot that still remains there. In keeping with that context, we have a fairly simple 2-story building with some additive wings on either side. Hold on. There we are. It is, hold on, 29.9 in height at the highest part of the structure, with retail on the first floor and apartments on the second floor. Our color scheme is gray trim and black sash with a colonial slate roof. This is the rear elevation, which faces the duplexes away from the road. We have some usable space for retail in the basement or office. So we have a little bit of open area there, so there's natural light flooding down. And obviously the staircases are from the apartments. I don't
Very
believe
good.
those will be visible.
Thank you, Val. Anybody would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
I think it's appropriate for the area. It tracks designs in the area, and I think that sorry, Val, your drawings are in sideways when I was reviewing them. I didn't turn them.
The what?
The drawings, they're in 90 degrees out of sync. I just didn't fix it when I was viewing them earlier. There was one comment I wanted to make. Oh, I just thought the idea of the wraparound porch helped to bring down the size, the sense of the structure being tall. So I think it's appropriate.
Very good.
I'll go.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Carrie.
I just think the eave lines on the addition should come down. Just so it reads differently. This is like a common sort of thing for the secondary masses, so.
Okay,
Okay.
anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Diane,
Yeah, I agree with Carrie in bringing those roofs down.
okay. So, and I was wondering, Val, do you think you could push those windows right up into the fascia strip so that there's not a little line in between? So they go right up?
Yes, of
connect-
course.
And on the back, I was noticing on the back that that it would be nice if it would just went right up into it.
Okay.
Well, this is easy.
Actually, on that point, Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I?
Yes.
So Val, what do you think about just on the wraparound porch, increasing the pitch slightly? So you'll bring that up a little closer to the bottom of the windows when you slide it up. It'll increase the gable forward, which is kind of an atypical shallow pitch. They'll just bring it up an inch over 12 feet, but it'll make a difference. And you're not going to sacrifice anything because you're already raising the windows.
Okay.
Could we go to that front elevation so I can see what you're talking about?
So basically just raising where the porch roof ties into the main structure another inch or so, and then that gable in the front will.
That'll clean it all up in a nice bow.
Motion. Did everyone speak?
Yes.
Motion approved through staff with the raising the porch, raising the second floor windows to the bottom of the fascia and increasing the roof pitch of the porch, including the gable forward.
And dropping the eaves on the addition, on the side.
And dropping the eaves on the addition.
And how much would that be, Carrie? What's your?
Well, it doesn't look like we have very far to be able to go because of the windows, so.
Well, and in back, they're doors, so.
So what, a foot?
No, it'll be like 9
6
inches.
inches.
6
Well, how
inches.
tall are the doors, I wonder? 6'8"? Or are they 7?
6'8", yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could make that a header beam for your roof structure. It'll be 6 to 9 inches.
Okay, all right, that's the motion. And whose motion was that?
I believe it was that fella named Steven.
Okay, Stephen on your motion. So, Carrie,
Aye.
Jesse,
I didn't make any comments on it, but
I'm sorry, Jesse.
oh,
it's okay.
no, I
should
started
have
to
said
ask
something.
you, I'm so sorry.
No,
I
it's
saw
okay.
you there. I can see you. You're just as big as my little
Yeah.
tiny fingernail.
I didn't want to interrupt. It was I knew what direction it was going. It
I
didn't really
was
matter.
trying to get you to, okay, so, but you're a yes? and
Yeah.
Harry's a yes, and I'm a yes. Diane?
Yes.
Yes, okay, and Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Dave.
I think the next one is me.
Okay.
It is.
Is that harassment? Who else is here? Anybody?
Carrie's up next.
Oh.
I just have a blank screen.
Me
It's
too.
very pretty blue.
do.
Oh, okay.
So this is 300 Pulpus. It's across from the windswept bogs, or no, these aren't the windswept bogs. These are just the bogs. This is a barn that the homeowner's father built probably in the 70s. You can see on the site plan that it's wonky. There's sort of no two sides that are the same. And the thing is completely falling apart. It has been dilapidated for years and the vines are killing it. That's the house that it goes with. So that's what you can see from Pulpus Road. This is the exit of that driveway. And the barn is in the background. You can't really see it. I've taken some pictures, I believe, up close. There it is. It's lovely.
Shed.
Yes, very flat roof. It's it's falling apart. One set of walls is not really there. So we're just asking to demo it because he would like to build a new country carpenter's barn that we will come forward with in a month or so.
Can I ask Carrie a question,
Sure.
Abby?
Sure.
Where does he still have his floor solar panels?
In the back, yes, he has a ground array.
Yeah, is it beyond, in
It's
back
way,
of that?
yeah, it's way beyond this.
Okay, then I've seen the barn. I just wondered
Well,
where it was.
there is another barn to the left of the house. This is maybe was the first barn, and then they built
Yeah.
a real barn. I don't have pictures of that barn. Just
That's all right. I know just where it is now.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I took a liberty of looking at this just because I know that the main dwelling on this lot is contributing. It's a historic
Yes.
structure. And looking at the old William E. Gardner 1946 map, which indicates all the island farms that were established at the time in 1950. This property, which pretty much it was a lot larger than what they have today, but it actually went up to the corner of Walwinnett.
Yeah, his sister.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is number 24 on the list, which was owned by William Rawson, Henry Swain, and Charles Swain. But I want my biggest thing is just for context. But I wanted to mention that in the file there was no, on the application, nothing about the age. So Carrie, thank you for mentioning that the Caleb's father built it in the 70s. It would be nice to have that included in the application because there was no anything as far as the history goes.
Yeah, I don't think there's a record of it, Holly, because I don't think he ever got approval to do it in the first place.
Gotcha. And I was going to ask you if there was anything in the building permit folder for this property.
No.
That was all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, what?
The only record is this site plan by Blackwell showing that it is there. If that makes sense.
And actually, for the file, I will put a copy. I actually created on, you can see it. And they have it digitally, so we can put that in the file.
Okay.
Of the map, the layout of the property.
Great.
Okay, board members.
I'm fine with demolishing this structure, if that's what you want to call it.
Thank you, Val. Stephen,
Nothing to add.
Diane,
Me too.
and Jesse.
I'm good. Motion?
Okay, make the.
Jesse wants it for the llamas.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it'll make it to my house though.
Okay, so was that a motion, Jesse?
Yes, motion to
Okay.
approve as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Diane, on Jesse's motion,
Aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and Val,
Aye.
and Jesse on your motion. I'm an aye as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the queue, or are people sort of weeding out?
Melissa Greiser, 89 Washington.
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody for this application in the queue.
Motion to hold 17 and 18, 89 Washington Street for representation.
Excellent. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
and
Erasure.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, now where are we?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody here for the next application at 33 North Liberty. But we do have Brooke still here for the next applications.
Okay,
Motion to
cool.
hold 33 North Liberty for representation.
Okay, 33
Aye.
North. Okay, thanks, Diane. Val,
Aye.
and Carrie,
Aye.
and Jesse.
Aye.
I guess I didn't really need you, but thank you for that. And I'm an aye. So we had a
One
lot of
aye.
people on that one.
Since this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 applications, do you think probably this will be our last application?
Yeah,
I
since we got
do
20 minutes.
believe.
So
Okay.
may I suggest something? because
Sure.
of that. I think the first two applications are pretty straightforward and probably maybe even easily approvable. But the last three may have a little bit more to them. So, I mean, it's up to you guys.
Sounds like they're in a good order then.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
I
right,
think,
let's see the demo move garage.
yeah.
Jesse can take this. I'm gonna take a break.
Okay.
Thanks.
I was just trying to get people who might be hanging around for later ones.
Yeah, go on home.
Let's see, Mr. Freeland is here for a fence, but he's another whole section down.
I mean, this
numbers
is
here?
just pure entertainment. You would just be watching it.
Is there any HSAB or MAD?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair, we do have MAB. They did review the garage. Sorry, okay.
Hard one to move too.
Brooke, is there a date on this?
is
I
really.
believe that the construction was sometime in the 60s. The lumber in there is still blonde. It's, it's 2x stock. And yeah.
Madam Chair, there is actually an HDC survey, believe that, NAN.1226. It's actually called Wits End Garage.
Oh,
but
well,
there
there we
is
are.
no date associated with it. MAB took a look at this yesterday. They said that they had no concern, so.
Oh, there you go. All right, so Brooke, did you want to say anything about it further before?
Yeah, I mean, it's a demo move off. I mean, preferably a move off. It's still in decent shape. It has some kind of funky walls because of the grading. So some of the walls are taller, for instance, than the garage side walls. But our hope would be, of course, to find someone to take it. And I guess, that's it. It will have a replacement garage that looks similar to it in scale and roof plane.
Well, that's nice. Okay, so on Brooke's project, Stephen,
I agree with Brooke.
Val,
No concerns.
no concerns. Diane,
Unfortunately, I have no concerns. I would hope that
Yeah.
somebody would take it.
it's got a sweet profile. And
It does, yeah. It's giving me an idea for the future barn.
Jesse, did I ask? Jesse,
I'm good with it. Sorry.
Yeah, actually, Jesse said that he wanted it.
Yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah.
And
It's too far away.
I'm good with it too. I hope we see something similar. Okay, so on to the next.
Motion to approve, or did Steve make that motion? No. Okay,
No.
I'll make it. Motion to approve.
Okay, so on I thought we just did this. Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and myself. That's enough. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Brooke, for that.
Cool.
So this next application is the existing structure. It is a move and modify. We are actually keeping this building. My clients really like it. It's pretty quirky inside. We are going to, as you'll see in the drawings, we're going to remove this deck feature and put a wraparound porch on it and put an addition.
The mini split.
Where's the, oh, well, it's rotating on the site. So you're anything that would be air conditioning is probably not going to be visible. Can you show the site plan, Adrian? It should be on actually that page you were just on.
Yeah, we don't have one on.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, it's on the floor plan. So that building that's with the black lines, that black outline represents the existing structure, and the red outlines is all new work. And the connector part is that's really part of the main house application. The septic is in place, so we don't have too much room to move around this site.
So Brooke, what is the big structure on the site?
That is the new dwelling that will be coming up.
Okay, so this is like a guest cottage?
Yes, and right, it is the structure that is there. It's just being rotated on the site and shifted to the southeast with an addition. It's really only going to increase the length of that existing structure by 2 feet. We're absorbing what is a bedroom there already, and then putting that wraparound porch.
And is there really a connector like that?
That's going to be proposed as a part of the house application. The connector is open, but again, you will see that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brooke. Board members.
Madam Chair, I do have MAB comments.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thanks, Holly.
Not a problem. So for the record, there is actually a HDC survey from 1989 in here as well. The year constructed is 1970, no name associated with it. MAB took a look at this yesterday. They said the relocation farther back on the lot and alterations of the existing dwelling present no concerns. The only concern on this structure and the new dwelling are the same when it relates to connecting open roofed over porch between the two structures. It was felt that it created a very large, long structure visually from M Street and questioned visibility of it considering the distance from M Street. And those are the comments, Madam Chair.
Yeah, got it. Okay, board members, can we see some elevations? Thank you.
So the upper left-hand corner, that's facing M Street.
And that far left is the connector?
The far left is the connector that would be coming from the main building and be a part of the main dwelling application.
Yeah, you don't have a whole sort of storyboard of that, do you?
There is if you look in the lower right, yes, actually, well, I think it's actually on the main house application. You can see the section through in the west elevation on the lower right. It's a very shallow pitch, simple post, and open through. So it was made as spare as possible. It reads a little tall because of the roof line, but we're talking about it being next to a very diminutive mass. So.
All right, thanks, Brooke. On this application,
I'll go.
Oh, okay, Val, go ahead.
My first question is, what is the front now of the house? It's very unclear with the variety of doors. And I think the C door is a little bit unusual in terms of the pane configuration. Why are the windows dark around the edges? Is that like a trim situation or?
That's probably just the PDF. There's nothing that I haven't ever drawn already. This is pulled from my my standard symbols. But in terms of what
Well, it's just that the old doors that you kept don't have them. You know what I mean? This part is on all the new stuff, and then
yeah, well, these are being changed to Andersons. Sorry. Right now, they're 12 over 12.
I know, and I'm kind of missing that, but
The main house is also going to be
Yeah.
proposed as 2 over 2s. So maybe once we look
what
at
is the
main-
front though?
The front, this is the M Street elevation. There is no Tennessee Ave elevation. That would be this, which is the west elevation, which you can't see because it's blocked by the proposal
Mm,
of the main house.
But won't you be able to see this whole side of it?
No, this is private property over here.
But the road's right here, right?
It goes here, but, I mean, this is open right now, but, there's going to, be a house there.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry. Sorry, Diane. There were questions on the floor about which elevation faces a street, and it's the elevation in the upper left-hand corner of the page that faces M Street.
The south elevation faces M Street.
That faces M Street, and Val had a
Okay.
concern about some extra lines, and I told her that we are changing the windows from the existing 12 over 12 Brosco units to Anderson 2 over 2s, so that it will match the proposal for the main house.
Okay, Val, any more questions?
No, I think there's so many different types of doors and windows going on, but maybe that's Nantucket. Nothing matches.
Diane,
Well, there are, and I understand what Val is saying about the windows, but I just figured out that this CAD system has gone a little wild. This is the guest house, rather. This is not the main building.
Right.
This is the one you're moving up there.
This is the building that's being rotated. It's an existing
Yeah.
structure being rotated, yep.
Yeah,
And
that's-
you can look at the as-built that Adrian is showing from left to right, and you can see that the fenestration is chaotic as existing.
Not as.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's been there for some time.
Yeah.
The stair on what have I got? The west elevation. Does the west elevation not sort of face the harbor?
Diane, these are the existing. Can we pull up the proposed again, please? Thank you.
No, okay, so what have we got for the west elevation? There it is, west elevation. Okay, that's good. All those stairs are gone.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any problem with that west elevation. And it's the only one I got up. South elevation is,
Well, those are
I don't have a problem with that. Another one. The south
the-
elevation.
So that's the north that faces private property, that faces either 53 Tennessee or 49 Tennessee. I think it's 53.
Right. So what, I've lost some of the thing. What's the front door? Is it M Street?
In this situation, yes.
Okay. Well, I thought the staircases, but you have done away with all the exterior overwhelming staircases. So
Yes.
this fits into the property. It's the next one that sort of goes sideline to sideline. So I don't have any major problem with this at all. Thank you, Brooke. I think good.
thanks, Diane. Stephen,
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I want to reference first the existing elevation, any one of them, it doesn't matter. Right, that's good. So, basically there's two types. There's the old 9/9s, and then there's the, or 12/12s rather. And then there's the door, which have 15 or 9 lights or whatever it is. Can we go to the new proposed north elevation, lower left of the elevation sheets? So for this tells me a story now. This tells me, there's the older structure, which is the small structure. It's got the multi-button lights. And then the newer one is the 2/2 with the 4 lights. So going to the south elevation above it, I think it would be appropriate to make the door in the middle be a 6 light, make the door a 4 light. In keeping with the story on the elevation we just looked at, on the second story where the deck is, where you've got that kind of atypical door, make that a 3/6 or some other configuration, the window, to generally proportionally match the C door. Then you've got more of a common language, and it makes sense with respect to, it can kind of tell a story. Can we go to the west elevation, lower right corner? Great example of the 6 light door relative to the 2/2. Can we go up to the east? 4 light would work here, I think, more appropriately. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, thank you, Stephen. Jesse?
That's an existing door, by the way.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a funky house. It's got some funky elements. I like Steve's suggestions. I'm worried about visibility on the north elevation with the breezeway connecting the two houses. I'm just really concerned when you're driving down Tennessee that it's just going to look like one big. Well, it's part of this application.
No,
The connector is part of the main house
Oh,
application.
okay.
I'm just looking at.
But there's a lot of great quality here. And then on the east elevation, I don't know if there is the porch looks like it's cut off, and I don't know if there's any. If you carry the porch over, maybe that you may lose light by doing that, or if there's something you can do to go over the door to make it look more like it's. I don't know exactly, but if there's something that could happen there, and the transom on the north elevation, again, if it's not viewable, I'm not worried about it, but I'm concerned that it is. That's it.
Thank you, Jesse. I like all those comments, and I think that my one comment would be that second floor window sort of smushed into the gable there on the south elevation, I believe. Yeah, as Steve was referring to all these doors, or Val was saying something about all the different door types, I definitely think it shows up that window, the C window, and that C door and the window next to it, I wish they were more, it's just not, yes, it's Nantucket and it's quirky, but I'd like to see something a little more harmonious with the rest of the house. But other than that, I think you've got some comments to think about. What's the pleasure of the board here?
I think before we go into the big house, maybe it's 9 o'clock now. So maybe we could hold it for Thursday and start with the main house.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, a motion on this building here.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
does anybody need a view or? what is the pleasure? Do we want to hold for a few revisions?
Hold for minor revisions.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Stephen, on that. And Val on that motion,
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
and Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. I personally am gonna go out and take a look because I know what's coming, so, 51 Tennessee, okay. So, do we have minutes to,
Well,
Yes.
okay, no.
we do?
Motion to hold everything or no? No, okay.
Do I hear a motion for the minutes?
Did you guys
Motion
actually
to-
motion to
Oh.
hold for revisions on this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
minor revisions.
Madam Chair, approval of minutes for June 14th and 16th, please.
Okay, do I hear that?
So moved.
To approve 14.
Okay, so Val beat you to it, so, on Val's motion, Diane
Aye.
and Stephen
Abstain.
and, Jesse
Aye.
and myself as an aye.
Say that.
Okay, thank you.
I am.
Thank you, guys. And a motion to, anybody want to?
Motion to adjourn, please.
Thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Stephen, I see you walking out the door. Jesse
Aye.
and Diane
Aye.
and Val,
Aye.
aye, and I'm an aye.
Hey, we got through quite a few. Good job.
Happy birthday, Diane, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We'll call and sing you happy birthday.
We're going to Millie's. I have not eaten out there, but I'm told it's very good.
Oh, yeah, good. Have fun.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Nighty night.
Night, night.
I'm older than God, that's what.
Night, guys.